Is, I don't trust that clock over there, 4:32. So we're about just 2 minutes behind for closed session. We do have a full closed session agenda, so we're going to adjourn to that now. I know Mr. Hunt, we do have a quorum. Mr. Hunt is running a little bit late, so he'll just join us back there when he gets here. So if somebody could send him back when you see him. And we'll be back at 6 o'clock. Thank you. There's nobody here to speak on closed session, right? All right. Just strike that from the minutes.
Welcome to the 20th anniversary of Read Across America Day.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry we're a few minutes late. Thank you for being patient with us. Before we get to reporting on a closed session, I do want to take a moment and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and the presentation of the flag. Tonight's color guard presentation will be done by Martin Luther King High School, the Naval Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps, and JROTC under the direction of Cadet Joshua Breed. Hope I said that right. Take it away. And can the pledge person come up?
Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Martin Luther King High School. And Mr. Hunt, I believe you're going to introduce our pledge.
Yes, Mr. President, glad to do so. That young man you heard with that clear voice, he's elementary student from Longfellow Elementary. We're proud to have Eric Cisneros representing his school and community and leading the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Eric has attended Longfellow since preschool and is currently a sixth grader. Congratulations, Eric. He enjoys reading and writing science fiction narratives. And writing science, very good. His most recent narrative is entitled The Sorcery of Secrecy. He is charismatic and inquisitive student he teaches right who excels in writing, researching, and presenting in front of his peers. He considers himself energetic, outgoing, and creative. During his free time outside of school, he enjoys bike riding along the trails and doing karate. Eric is currently a blue belt on his way to being a green belt. His future goals are to excel in middle school and high school and eventually major in business at UC Riverside. So can we hear it for Eric Cisneros? Eric, on behalf of the board and Dr. Hanson, we have this certificate for you and we'd like to give you. Would you like to do you have any special guest here tonight you'd like to introduce along with your principal?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead. Oh, I'll take a picture with you. I'm sorry. Yes, come on up, family. Come on. Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Introduce your guest. Thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. So on the right we have we have my dad right here, Alberto Cisneros. Next to him, we have his one and only beautiful wife, Maria Cisneros. Next up, we have my magnificent teacher, Miss Robles. Then we have the current principal and vice principal of Longfellow Elementary, Ms. Castro and Ms. Gore.
What's trustee area does this kid live in?
No,
We
they're in trouble, Mr. Hunt.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna run one of these days, you know? He'll be good.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros, for being here today. We are going to report out on closed session after this, and then we're going to have a student performance. But if you and your family would like to leave now, you can. If you'd like to stick around, you can too.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I do want to report back on closed session. The board did take action on some new employee positions at Dr. Hansen. It was unanimous on these choices. Dr. Hansen does have some information, and I believe a lot of the folks that we're recognizing this evening are in the audience, and maybe their families are here. So feel free to recognize your families as well.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And as Mr. Lee mentioned, the board did take action 5-0 for the appointment and the hire of the following employees. And as your name's read, if you'd stand, and you have family members here, that's great. We're going to read a brief bio, and then perhaps you can quickly introduce the family members that are here with us. We'll start out for Director of Curriculum and Assessment, and that is Dr. Felicia Cruz Delgado. Felicia, would you please stand? And I'll let you introduce your husband, who I just met recently in the hallway. But Felicia has spent the past 21 years in education, all in the Corona North Unified School District, and she began her teaching career in first, second, fourth grades at McKinley Elementary School. She then moved into administration, first an assistant principal, and then as a principal at Chavez and Clara Barton schools. She has been recognized by the Inland Empire magazine as a teacher who makes a difference, and most recently, she is transitioning to us from the district office to the central office, where she has served for the last 4 years as the district's coordinator within instructional support. Felicia is also a well-decorated athlete. She was a member of the UCLA Softball National Championship teams in 1992 as well as 1995. She was inducted into the Corona High School's Hall of Fame in 2012, and in 2014 was inducted in the UCLA Wall of Fame. Felicia, welcome to RUSD. Would you like to have your family stand up and introduce your husband and boys to us? Thank you. Why doesn't all the family go ahead and stand up so we can see you? And thank you for sharing your mom and your wife and your daughter with us. And again, thank you very much for saying yes to RUSD. Next is Mrs. Annette Rasputik for Director for English Learners and Professional Development. Yeah, go ahead and clap. Annette began teaching her journey in middle school mathematics in 1995 in the Corona North Unified School District. And in 1999, she was promoted as student advisor, and Annette moved into administration in 2010 when she became an assistant principal. And she was an assistant principal in a K-8 school within the school district, Chavez Academy. And in 2015, Annette joined RUSD, where she has been the principal of Magnolia Elementary School. And Annette, congratulations to you as the new Director for English Learners and Professional Development. And you have your family here. If you'd like to have them stand and introduce them, please. Congratulations. Wonderful. And again, thank you for your choosing RUSD and continue to serve in the central office. Next, the principal of North High School, Mr. Ben Nakamura. Ben, would you please stand? Ben started his career as a math teacher, teaching both in a comprehensive setting and a community day school setting. He moved into administration in 2011, where he has served as an assistant principal and principal, both of a comprehensive setting as well as a community day setting, He currently is a principal of Etowanda Unified, within the Etowanda Unified School District of a 6-8 middle school. Ben brings with him a whole lot of experience and excitement in implementing school-wide initiatives and transforming both student and adult learning. And Etowanda has shared with us that they're truly sorry to lose Ben, as he will be the new principal at North High School. Congratulations, Ben. And you have your wife here. Congratulations, Ben, and welcome to RUSD. We're very excited for North High School and you joining the RUSD family. Congratulations. And the last appointment is our very own Michelle Cortez as Director 5 within Certificated Personnel Human Resources. Michelle. Michelle joined RUSD in 1998. She began her career in RUSD as a bilingual teacher at Taft Elementary School. She then transferred to Monroe Elementary, where she was a Spanish reading recovery and a Title I resource teacher. And in 2006, Michelle became an assistant principal at Washington and Emerson Elementary School. Then in 2011, she became the principal of Longfellow Elementary School. And for the last 5 years, she has been the assistant director in certificated personnel. Now she will lead as the Director 5 within Human Resources. Congratulations, Michelle. I don't want to leave family out if you have family, Michelle. Okay, that's all right. Next one, Director 5 for Secondary Education, as new of today at noon, and that's Dr. Jamie Angulo. Dr. Angulo. And you have some family here. You don't? Okay. Okay. Dr. Angulo began her career with RUSD in 2006 as the assistant principal of Ramona High School. And prior to coming to RUSD, Jamie was a biology teacher both in Rialto and Jurupa Unified School Districts for 9 years. Jamie served as the assistant principal both at Ramona and Martin Luther King High School. And for the last 6 years, she has served as the principal at Ramona High School. And during her tenure at Ramona, Jamie has been focused on increasing overall academic achievement of all students. And now we welcome her as the Director for Secondary Education for Riverside Unified School District. Congratulations, Jamie. We have some others that are here that I'd like to introduce to everyone, and the board will be meeting for the first time as well. And we have, I believe, a few assistant principals. The first is Andrew Hare. Andrew, are you here? Oh, there you go. Stand up. Assistant principal at Jefferson Elementary School. Andrew comes to Riverside Unified by way of Newport Mesa Unified School District. He began his career as a behavior specialist, kindergarten through 6th grade at Rosa Park Elementary School, a private school within Orange County. After a short stint in that position, he stayed there, but switched to teaching 4th and through 6th grade SDC. Andrew then moved to Newport Mesa Unified District and was a 5th and 6th grade SDC teacher. And most recently, he is serving as the assistant principal at Ray Elementary School. Andrew, congratulations and welcome to RUSD. And you have family here. Would you like to have them stand up and introduce them to us? Wonderful. Thank you for sharing your... Thank you for sharing your daddy with us, kids, and thank you for sharing your husband with us. And Andrew, welcome to RUSD. New assistant principal at Emerson Elementary School, our very own Lisa Koss. Lisa moves into site administration after completing 21 years, mostly right here in RUSD. She started her career as a Spanish teacher at Arlington High School. After 1 year at Arlington, and she jumped over then as a bilingual teacher in Hrupa for a short period of time at Pedley Elementary. However, just after 2 short years there, she returned to RUSD as a bilingual teacher, as well as an ELD coach and Title I teacher at Fremont, Highland, and Beatty Elementary School. Most recently, she has served as the TK through 6 EL, English Language Arts and English Language Development staff developer, and dual language immersion teacher on special assignment. Thank you, Lisa, and congratulations to your new appointment as the assistant principal at Anderson Elementary. You have folks here too. Why don't you introduce your family to us? Go ahead and stand up. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. We're almost done. Just a couple more. Deborah Oler. Is Deborah here? There you are, Deb. Deborah began her, go ahead, let's give her a clap. Deborah began, and she is the new assistant principal at Longfellow Elementary School. Deborah began her career as a kindergarten and first grade teacher at Fitzgerald Elementary School within the Rialto Unified School District, and after 1 year in Rialto, she moved west, accepting a position at John Stallings Elementary School within the Corona North Unified School District. As Stallings, she once again taught kindergarten through first grade. She also served as the site reading specialist. Most recently, she's been a teacher on special assignment, serving in the teacher induction program. Congratulations, Deborah, and welcome to RUSD as the new assistant principal at Longfellow Elementary School. Is Lisa Martinez here? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and announce Lisa Martinez is the new Executive Secretary to Confidential Executive Assistant to our new Assistant Superintendent PGS, and that's Mr. Antonio Garcia. I'll quickly read her bio, then I'll turn the time back to presently. But as a graduate of Ramona High School, Lisa Martinez has a long history with the Riverside Unified School District. Lisa joined RSD as a classified substitute in 1989 that quickly turned into a permanent position as a clerk typist at Sunshine Elementary School. Her tenure with RSD includes 22 years as a principal secretary, both at Taft and Lake Matthews Elementary School. And in 2014, she made her way to the district office. Currently, Lisa is the administrative secretary in the Strategic Initiative and Program Development Department with Kirsten. We'll just say she's Kirsten's assistant. And in this role, she has provided support to the oversight of the LCAP, the whole entire team, assists with a variety of grant proposals, and she's helped several new initiatives district-wide along the way. And we're very proud of Lisa and excited for her support that she'll provide with the entire professional growth support team. So congratulations, Lisa. And those are all the action items that the board took in closed session.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. And as you can all tell, Ms. Ybarra and her team have been very busy filling some very important roles in our district. And we welcome all the new additions to our district. And also you heard that a lot of folks are being promoted from within, which I think is always a good sign of a healthy organization, which means though that Kylie's work is not done, because now she's got to find spots for those folks that were promoted. So thank you, Kylie, to you and your staff for bringing the best, you know. Before we get to the student performance, I do want to recognize a few students that are here with us tonight. A couple are from our CTE students who are job shadowing with our communications team. We always like to give our students the opportunity to get some real world experience. So we have from Ramona High School here, Brandon O'Leary. Hello, Brandon. Welcome. Good job so far. Thank you. And then also our student board member who's sitting with us tonight, Jerry from North. Good to have you back. This will be Jerry's last board meeting as he's going off to college here after graduation. And like any good student, he's already, he's the valedictorian at North. So he gets to share some remarks with his class. And of course, he has them already prepared. So you're one step ahead of me in my remarks that I need to do. So thank you, Jerry, for being here. And I also see in the back of the room, Alex Herrera. And we recognize Alex all the time because he's an amazing kid. But I see he's next to his dad. So tonight, I think we should recognize Alex's dad because we're going to recognize Alex later. And your mom, is your mom here too, Alex? Who else is with you, Alex? Oh, there, and his mom. Good to see you. Oh, his sister, sorry. Welcome back, and we'll get back to you later. So now we will get to our student performance, and this is somebody that Dr. Hansen connected with and wanted us to hear her talents.
So really briefly, you know how our county superintendent, Dr. White, hosts at the convention center, all 58 high schools in the county come together and their top 2 or 3 students are recognized. And they have the whole county team. Well, under Dr. White's leadership this year, they've done the same thing for all alternative schools in the county. And that recognition was held just a couple weeks ago in Moreno Valley. And our very own Jessica from Rain Cross at EOC was amazing. She not only sang the national anthem, but she sang this song that she wrote at age 12. And we all have a story, right? Every one of us has a story, and Jessica told her story, and we're not going to have her tell it necessarily, make her tell it tonight. But you talk about being resilient and overcoming a variety of challenges, and if you listen closely to the lyrics, this says it all. But I sat next to her mom and grandparents and things that night, and that event at Moreno Valley with the top kids from all alternative schools throughout the county was just as exciting, if not a little bit more fun, than the one we have with our comprehensive high schools at the convention center. So I introduce to you Jessica, and she's going to sing to us a song that she wrote at age 12.
Thank you. Before I start, this song, I want to introduce it. It's called Fighter. As Mr. Hansen said, I wrote it when I was around 12. It's about overcoming a lot of battles and just staying strong when it's hard, when life is hard, which is all the time, right? So this song is Fighter. I'm losing hope on all I know. Isn't that a shame? Is it the way it goes? I've won and lost all that I love within time, 'cause it's been war and it's been tough, slowly bringing me down. I'm strong enough, 'cause I'm a fighter, and I'm stronger than ever. I'll break through this, I'll fight through this, as I pick myself up off the floor. 'Cause I'm a fighter. When life gets hard and I get stuck, I try hard to not give up. I make mistakes all the time, but I try, at least I try, 'cause it's been war and it's been tough, slowly bringing me down. I'm strong enough, 'cause I'm a fighter and I'm stronger than ever. And I'll break through this, I'll fight through this, as I pick myself up off the floor. 'Cause I'm a fighter. So happiness comes and goes. I'm left all alone. It gets tough, but in the end I'll always win this war. 'Cause I'm a fighter and I'm stronger than ever. And I'll break through this, I'll fight through this, as I pick myself up off the floor. 'Cause I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter, and I'm stronger than ever. 'Cause I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. Thank you.
Wow. Nice job, Jessica. Let's give it up for Jessica one more time. All righty. So we have some special recognitions that we'd like to do tonight. Oh, yes, sorry. Our new folks that have joined us tonight and their families, if you guys want to take off, we'll give you a few minutes to do so before we get to our special recognitions. If you'd like to stay, of course, you're welcome, but we know you have dinner plans and other things too, so feel free. We will not be offended. And while they're doing that, I do have about 6, 7 cards here for members of the public that wish to address the board this evening. If you'd like to participate in any item on the agenda, public hearing, or an item not on the agenda, please get a card and get it to the front so we can put you in the queue here so we can hear what you have to share with us. And thank you, families, for joining your family member tonight, too. Okay, so if you're following along on the agenda, we're to section D1. So our first special recognition, we want to make sure we thank those who give back to this district. And Measure B, Citizens Oversight Committee. So there's some members here that we'd like to recognize as their term is expiring or has expired back in March. So we want to thank them for their oversight over those bond monies. And Mr. San Martin, take it away.
Okay. Good evening, President Lee, Dr. Hanson, Board of Trustees, and our student member. It's with great pleasure at this moment we take the time to recognize a group of community members who for the last 6 years have served and taken the time to be part of Measure B, Citizens Oversight Committee. Their contribution to the improvements of our schools has been of the highest caliber. On March 2011, the Board of Trustees appointed these members to serve in the COC Committee. Since then, this group has met for 6 years and reported to the Board of Trustees positive performance and financial audits. It is with great pleasure that I would like to call up the names of those members who have served and taken the time. 2 of our members were not able to attend today, but they expressed their gratitude and they're very thankful to the board for giving them the opportunity. So I would start with Mr. James Goldens, if he's here in the audience. If you can step to the podium. Our next member is Kevin Milligan. The next member is Terry Walling. The 2 members that couldn't be here today was Chad Sisko and Ms. Diane Huntley. They wanted to be here again and express their gratitude. The next person, this member has served in several capacities for the last 6 years. He was vice chair, and he's also served as the chair of the committee. That's Mr. Mark Cloud, and he's been the rock of this committee. Mr. Mark. And if we can ask the board to take a picture with them and shake their hands, please.
Thank you again for coming out tonight and allowing us the opportunity to thank you. Thank you, Mr. San Martin, too. Moving on to our district superintendent's report. Dr. Hanson. Skipped to number E1, I'm sorry. I mentioned our student board members earlier, but we'd like to recognize them tonight as they are graduating next week. And take it away. Oh, is it Lynn? Sorry, I messed you up, Tim. I'm sorry. Lynn.
Board President Lee, Dr. Hanson, esteemed board members. Tonight, we are going to formally recognize our student board members. At the end of each term, we have expressed our appreciation for them, but we would like to have a moment to thank them. And I wanted to just remind the public that this is the very first year that we have had student board members. Dr. Farouk has brought this idea to the district to have the voice of the students go to all levels, including the governance level. And so we have had some wonderful board members, student board members, participate and provide feedback into the board meetings. So at this time, if we could have the two board members come up. The first, Jerry Schwan, and the second, Alex Herrera. We are so grateful for the dedication, the service, the time commitment that they have provided to help lead our district and be the voice of 45,000 students, adding all the siblings as well. So thank you so much, and I would like the board to be able to have a chance to take a photograph and if they have any comments.
How are you, friend?
And I know that Jerry will have an opportunity to address the board at the end of the meeting and the public, and I was hoping that we could have a comment from Alex.
Hello, everyone. So when I first signed up for this, I really had no idea what to expect at all. It wasn't until I heard about the application and I started filling it out that I thought to myself, hey, what do board members do exactly? I didn't even get to my first meeting before I received a hefty agenda and realized that, as it turns out, they do a lot. And through the board meetings and extra workshops, all the way up to the Capitol that I was able to be a part of, I learned so much about public policy, governance, and proper school codes and regulations. But I also learned a lot about my value and duty as a citizen to be involved in the community, to be selfless, and to be empathetic, keeping the greater good as a priority in what I do. It was easy to learn, as I truly believe I had the best people to get me through it. To keep it short, as I see the very long agenda, and I feel for my friend Jerry over there, I just want to lastly say thank you for all the hard work, passion, and dedication you put into RUSD and for letting me be a part of it. Though my term was brief, the things I learned will certainly last a lifetime. It's been an honor to be a student board member. Thank you for the opportunity.
Jerry, do you mind giving your comments now? I know we usually talk at the end, but there's nobody left in the room to hear, so go ahead.
So for me, it's also been a very strange and wonderful experience too, I hope. And during my past 10 years in RUSD, I've never thought, at least before this year, that I would be able to actually make some differences in my school and hopefully even the larger community in general. Hopefully we've made a good impression this year. Hopefully there'll be even better members next year. But at this point, all I can hope is that I've made a positive experience. And yes, it has been very wonderful for me and hopefully for my fellow students as well. I'll save the rest of my comments for later. I have a few more about school and then just my experience in RUSD. But again, I'll have that at the end. So thank you, thank you.
Would anybody on the board like to make any comments at this time? Ms. Alabi?
Thank you. When Dr. Farouk suggested having a student board member, I wasn't actually sure how this was going to work either. And I have been thrilled with our experience of having students on the board. And I think it's enlightening to us to hear them, to hear their ideas. and to have them responding back and forth with the students and getting feedback. So in all respects, Jerry and Alex have been exceptional. And we wish you nothing but great, great success on your road. Now, nobody mentioned that they're heading to Johns Hopkins and MIT, so I know that they are going to do great things. But really, it's been just a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellerby. Dr. Farouk, this was kind of your brainchild. What do you have to share?
I'm really grateful to the board and the district for embracing this concept. At the end of the day, students are at the center of every decision that we make. And for students to physically be, not, I guess metaphorically, at the center of this dais, but to be formally with us, to have a voice on every single policy item, I think is extraordinary demonstration of our commitment as a district and our values. But also, beyond what you see here at the board meetings, the level of thoughtfulness that they take in their deliberation in terms of their preparation and their outlook on life, I think is really inspiring to me and my colleagues. And I know that just seeing their growth also in just a short amount of time, I'm really proud to see what kinds of great impact that they're going to make in society beyond their tenure here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I echo everything my colleagues have already said, and that having students involved and in this process is added to it. I've enjoyed very much sitting next to them down here because I get the little, what the heck is that, Mr. Hunt? But if you remember, Jerry was his input on whether we should eliminate the Mandarin class at North really helped us because he was there and understands the campus. So I hope that's just the beginning, and Alex was just wonderful to work with too, Alex. And the beginning of sort of the model of giving their input from that grassroots level. I mean, and really are we, as many times asked, how are we doing? Do you feel as a young person that we're giving you, we're helping to provide you with a framework to provide you for Dr. Hansen, a quality education and a quality, well-rounded experience? And having Jerry and Alex here, I think, has really helped me understand this. So thank you again to the board and to you, Dr. Farouk, for bringing this idea, and Lynn, and then our two board members. Kathy, I think you're part that sat on the interviews and selected these fine people. So very glad.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Ms. Luck-Dawson.
I just want to say that these fellows really represent, I think, Gen Z. I think that's what you are. Or maybe they call you something different. I think you're younger than millennials. But you hear a lot about this generation being bashed, and they're addicted to social media. They're constantly tweeting and Insta and all these other things, and they miss out on life. But I think we've seen here that they're a testament to what we have to look forward to. That the world that we grow old into is created by these exceptional young men and their cohorts. So I have no problem with Gen Z. I feel very comfortable about where I'm going, so thank you.
Yeah, not sure there's much more I can add. I just want you both to know that you make the board better, you make the district better. And we know you both are very busy in terms of your studies and your extracurriculars and your family obligations and work and all of those things. So thank you for making the sacrifice for public service, because this is not something you had to do, but we're glad you did, and we're glad that you were able to contribute. And we look forward to following you next year as you go off to the most prestigious schools in this country. So congratulations to you both, and thank you for making the commitment to RUSD. All righty. Now we're at the presentations of the board. Sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself earlier. Mr. Walker, take it away.
President Lee, there you go. President Lee, Dr. Hansen, members of the board. It's my pleasure this evening to be before you. As you know, in the state of California, there's over 120 special education local plan areas that have a responsibility to provide comprehensive continuum of placement options and services for our students with special needs with IEPs. Each one of those SELPAs has a community advisory committee that is put together of different members within the community teachers, parents, and other people within organizations in our particular city. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce to you our CAC President, Mrs. Ashley Lopez, and I'd like Ashley to come up. And also Keith Nelson, a member of our CAC Executive Board. I want to give recognition to Carrie Antrim and all of our members of the CAC Executive Committee for their work this year. They're going to put on a presentation for you this evening in regard to the accomplishments from the 16-17 school year, as well as the goals that have been set for the 17-18 school year. I'll turn it over to both Ms. Lopez and Keith at this time.
By the way, are you the one that chose on my team? Good choice. Good school. Your school's good too.
Good evening, Mr. Lee and Dr. Hanson and board. Let me go to the next. I don't have the clicker.
Here's your clicker.
Our accomplishments this year were we put on 5 presentations to the families, and we attended the Autism Hero Walk from Autism Society in Fontana, and we had a very popular booth there, and those were on our goals for last year. We also had the first RUSD family movie night, and it was supposed to rain that night, so it might have been a little bit less attended than we expected. It was one of our goals for last year to have. We played Toy Story, there were movies, games, dinner, popcorn, a fire truck, and we had a DJ. We also attended the Self-Alleged Day, and this was our first year going on our own. Last year we paired up with the Riverside County SELPA, and this year we attended on our own. It was positive. We had a great day. I think the 3 representatives we met with went successful. We are writing letters back to make sure that our conversations were remembered. There's more of our Self-Alleged Day. Keith Nelson was up with his other CAC, so he met up with us. And our last event of the year was the 19th annual Making a Difference ceremony, where 206 this year of our special education, or anybody making a difference in special education, were recognized. And it was a superhero theme, and it was very well attended. And now to our goals for next year.
Hi, good evening. I'm on a few different SELPAs and commissions. When I came on the Riverside RUSD SELPA, I was kind of reminded when I was asked to take over for the Inland Regional Center of certain perception problem. And I'm kind of a straight shooter, so I hope you don't mind my frankness. The first thing I looked at was the same thing we had at IRC. Why are we wasting so much money fighting entitlements already given by the state? I could tell you at the regional center level, we have reduced our legal fees by 75% and will be the first regional center to return purchase of service money to the state. So reducing the legal fees, which comes under administration, also reduces the demand on services because it creates more of a partnership with the family. And remember, everyone deserves that certain level of dignity and respect and compassion. I'd look at, another thing is we immediately at regional centers, we inverted our pyramid. We said we're putting our students first, or our consumers first, and the closest touch points become the top. I mean, we took out board pictures in the hallway and all that stuff. We said, take away our parking spaces and all that. So we really want to look at building a feeling of community. The biggest connection you have to the special needs community is through the CAC, and they are so underused. I look at the great night Ashley put on and her team, and we never even saw that on the RUSD website. And so that shows the level of respect to that community, or lack thereof. I look at, and also the CAC is not included in all the special needs events that go, and that's your connection to that special needs community. If you follow what we're doing, our CAC leads us into everything. I mean, into every event, because they're our connection to the community. And you look at your special needs teachers and all those people, we're monomaniacs on a mission. I mean, we want to provide the best possible education for our students. And we all know from all the federal reports that come, early start and early intervention works. I mean, it works very well. But we have to do this as a community, and we have to do it together. So some of our goals is the CAC should act as a communication hub to all parents, not just the special needs community. When I vision a movie night, it's for everybody. We want to promote inclusion. We want to promote the fact that we're all in this together. So, and then it becomes your conduit to your families, your caregivers, your stakeholders, and they're involved in everything you do in the special needs community. The CAC should be a core group to help inspire, educate, and challenge the special needs community. They can accomplish amazing things. I've coached Special Olympics Team USA. I have a basketball team that has won the Nike 3-on-3 in the open division 6 years in a row, all with special needs individuals. There is absolutely no limit we place on these people. We need to be inclusive and inspiring. The CAC should be a core component of transparency and an open RUSD administration. I think the communication, you know, it doesn't matter what we do if we don't communicate it and the optics don't present what we're doing. And I think that's important. The CAC is dedicated to providing opportunities for parents, families, care providers, and stakeholders to collaborate with the special ed department. And we need to work together to increase that membership. So if we're involved in your activities, you're involved in our activities, we'll increase that membership and bring more stakeholders to the table, and we'll make the district excel even more. The purpose of the CAC is to carry out the duties, responsibilities, and functions expressed in and compliance with Education Codes 56190 through 56194 and legislation related thereto through the means of duly constituted organizational body whose membership represents as nearly as possible the geographic, ethnic, and social economic makeup of our district. So we need to reach out to all the schools, to all the groups, to all the language barriers, to all the social groups, and get them involved. The CAC goals are to be involved interested parents, students, teachers, and education specialists in advising the RUSD board and RUSD administration, and to improve the functioning of the SELPA and to ensure meaningful opportunities to participate in the education of their children. Because at the end of the day, it's their children. And so our overriding goal is to deliver the highest quality special education programs and services to the students with disabilities in the most effective, efficient, and cost-effective manner, practical, and within our district. We don't want to go outside the district. We don't want to break those barriers. We want to provide those services inside our district. So unless you have any questions, that was it. Thank you.
Some other fun stuff that we did this year when our little booth got recognized from the CAC Leadership Collaborative and was posted onto their Facebook. And again, we'd like to recognize Carrie Antrim, and this year we had Chanel Hawkins with us, and it was a very collaborative, positive year with putting our events together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, do you have something?
Thank you both for your presentation. Keith, those are good comments, and I'm sure that the lack of the notice on I'm positive that the lack of the notice on our webpage, et cetera, was an oversight, not a lack of respect for what you and your committee and those children are all about. So I'm sure Dr. Hansen's already made notes to correct that, but we thank you all, ladies, too, for what you've done, and we don't want to go outside our district, and we want you to find your answers inside here. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you to the entire committee. We know it's a big commitment of time, in addition to the other duties you all have as parents and jobs and other activities. So we're appreciative of you being involved and being consistently at our board meetings and even telling us things sometimes we don't like to hear. We need to hear these things, you know? So you're our conduit to that community, and we appreciate you being that conduit. So thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your presentation. Now, Dr. Hansen, is your superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Lee, and members of the board, and to the community members that have been here this evening. We're grateful for your attendance at our school board meeting. It's always nice to see the room full. As you know, this is our last board meeting before all the graduations, promotions that happen next week, and so I'd like to take a few minutes and give a special thank you to all of our students, our parents, our certificated staff, our professional support staff, our management team, for their continued commitment of time, energy, and resources for making the 16-17 year such a wonderful year. A few of us started making a list of many of the bright spots and successes from this last year, and it's not an all-inclusive list, and I probably shouldn't even start because I know we're going to leave some out, but let me just share with you some of the highlights, and it'll bring back, as it did to me, a walk down memory lane, if you will. The year started off with our second convocation at King and Ramona, and that was the first time where we had staff development for all 4,000 employees. You recall the previous year was just for teachers. This last year included workshops for professional support staff with the theme, Power of Community. Then we rolled out the Guide for Instructional Direction to all 4,000 employees, which has really helped us focus on coherence in the work that we're doing. Of course, there's the professional growth support system, which the board committed to seeing come to fruition, and you're going to get a report this evening, and you're going to see how we are absolutely moving that forward. We had the recognition from the White House on restorative circles and also the Coding Consortium, where we oversee 325,000 students in this region, and the White House recognized us for that. We held our first ever State of the District back in October at the Convention Center. We had 4 schools receive the Gold Ribbon Award from the state of California, and Raincross High School received the Model Continuation Award. The Inland Code Consortium that we sponsor, as I mentioned, over 325,000 kids are touched by that. Also, we sponsored several, and I think all of you attended different family coding nights throughout the district and throughout the year. Successful WASC visits were held at Ramona, Raincross, and Summit View High School. The RAMP Award was received by the Poly counseling team, as well as we made another trip back to Washington, D.C. to recognize Yuri and her success and her achievement in counseling for the National Finalist of the Counselor of the Year. We had 2 model of academics recognized by the county, University Heights Middle School as well as Miller Middle School. Golden Bell recognition, our very own CSBA conference that you attended, our K2 Institute. And maybe you don't know, we're going to bring back and update you, but you requested this, but this year all 9th graders were trained, and that training's been completed on CPR. And we're grateful for the American Heart Association and CBU nursing program to help us pull off that training. And then, of course, you've heard a lot about our social media, our outreach, just to name the Facebook. June last year, we had 4,000 followers. June this year, we have 8,000 followers. We've doubled that following on social media. And then a lot of other things. National History Day, mock trials, science recognitions, press enterprise representing our VAPA Art Awards, and the list goes on and on and on. And so very, very proud. It's a lot that we've done in 2016-17, and board members, it's because of your vision, your leadership, and you're setting the bar very high. As we move into the summer months, just a couple things I'd like to bring to your attention. I know I'm skipping a board meeting, but on July the 17th, we will have an extra long closed session, and I'll have a chance to update you on a mid-year report with the board goals underneath my superintendent's evaluation. It'll be mid-year this year on July the 17th. And on that same meeting in July, we're going to come back and give you an update on the calendar. Of course, you know what we did to the calendar last year? We're a year from now, starting the school year earlier. We need to start advertising that, and the board needs to make a critical decision. There's that third week that we want to decide where we're going to place that third week, and that's going to come to you in July, so you can look forward to that. Our next board meeting on June the 29th is a study session. It's going to be taking a look at the bond and the facilities and the priorities that you have identified. So the team, Mace Kakish and Sergio San Martin, will show you, here's the facilities plan, and here's what the actual priorities mean the work's going to look like. And that meeting will be held here. And between now and June the 29th, you'll have meetings with Sergio and with Mace to help you prepare for that. And then the last thing, just to bring to your attention, I'm grateful to your encouragement for applying and being selected to be part of Leadership Riverside. And while I was glad that the last class was held last week, I'm very glad for participating. And as far as moving forward as a result of the project and things such as that, you have heard, or maybe you haven't, but the class is doing a project working very closely with the Inland Empire Chinese Association, who I've had a chance to reach out to. And they're going to, we're going to lead out a campaign on Just for Kicks. We have several kids in our city, in Alvord and Riverside, who don't have proper shoes and footwear. And the goal is to start with 500 pairs this year and 7,000 pairs within the next 3 years. Very grateful for the Inland Empire Chinese Association for helping us see that through, as well as a food pantry, which RUSD will host, and also a medical clinic. And I had a chance to attend the food pantry that they sponsor in San Bernardino a couple Sundays ago. And Brent Lee and myself and another small team are going back out this Sunday to San Bernardino to see how they host the medical clinic with the 100 doctors coming and dental chairs and everything from dental chairs to medical doctors to acupuncture to psychologists to even this particular group are able to write prescriptions as the families leave. And those are things that we want to bring into RUSD next year and into our city, starting with Just for Kicks and ending up with a medical clinic. So a lot of good things happen at RUSD. And again, board members, it's because of your leadership. Very grateful to you for the clear direction that you provide staff and for the needle which we are moving across the board. That concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen. Next is item G on the agenda, which is our public input. And I do have several cards. If you would like to participate in the public input participation portion, we do need a card from you, so please grab a card and pass it up. And while you do that, if anybody's going to, we'll start with our first. And these are items that you can speak on the agenda or not on the agenda. All the cards that I have so far are items that are not necessarily on the agenda. And the first person we're going to hear from is Mr. Bob Garcia. Wishes to address us on the topic of community information. Nice to see you, sir.
Thank you, Sergio. I just came in to share some information on behalf of our community of Casablanca. On behalf of our newly elected chairman, Anthony Rivera, where I was previous chair for the last 4.5 years. What I'd like to share with you is our upcoming Community Action Group meeting, which is scheduled for next Wednesday, the 14th, at 7 p.m. at the Villegas Community Center. Following that, we were asked to be a part of the Riverside Neighborhood Partnership success story. I've got just a copy here that it's going to get finalized, and then it will be presented under the City Council meeting on the 27th. Also, I'd like to share with you, we've got some upcoming projects, and we also have an upcoming event for Halloween on October 28th. Also, we had a Mother's Day event, our second annual, this last month. And so we are continuing with a committee called the Baby Boomers Committee that is in charge of all these projects that have been going on, as well with the Community Action Group. So the other thing I like to share is that as a community member, we had a community school, which was the Casablanca Elementary. At that time, we had desegregation in 1967. I was one of the last of the students to attend the school.
in second grade. Then they bused us to Victoria Elementary. So education has been one of the major items that I've looked at for our community. A few years back, met with Mr. Hunt, who also came to our community action group, make a presentation, previous member Gail Cloud. So I was really interested in working with the school board. So under Haley Calhoun and Dr. Lewis, I was in the 7-11 committee dealing with projects. So I continued believing that we needed a school in our community of Casablanca. It's been more than 50 years since we've seen that. We just had an event a couple weeks ago called the DeSoto's event, which is the Treasures of Casablanca, at the elementary school, which is now owned by St. Anthony's. Dr. Farouk was there. So we wanted to show the community what we had in the past, we'd like to see in the future. So with that, I decided, well, it's time that we get a school. So I worked with the previous CAG board members, Morris Mendoza and Paul Chavez. So we met with the school district, we met Dr. Hansen when he came in, and we thought, well, this is something that we'd like to see support from the board, and then also with our politicians. So we had a meeting with Mr., I'll be done right now, with Mr. San Martin. We have a meeting tomorrow with Dr. Farouk and Councilman Davis. And so we're seeking support by the board and continue to move on that project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Next, we have Mr. Robert Casada, wishing to address the board on school calendar change. And I forgot to remind our first speaker, but we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. And also just a reminder, because it's not an agendized item, we can't respond necessarily back to you, but know that it's not because we're not listening, and staff is taking notes as well. So we'll make sure if there's an item of concern, we'll get back to you. Mr. Casada, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The school district has not yet completely informed parents of the major decision you made in December. So as they're finding out as school's coming to an end, that could be the last summer as they know it. So it's becoming quite a concern for parents at my school. So I'm going to pose a Common Core type question for you. The survey showed a majority of parents wanted to keep the calendar the same. Despite those results, despite what parents wanted, the board decided otherwise. Please cite the academic research, data, or papers you used to inform your decision. First Enterprise did not report how you came to your decision. So are you able to comment on that?
We can't.
Okay. The second question would be, each month the homepage of Riverside Unified School District glowingly describes students' excellence in academics and in sports. And that is under the traditional calendar. Why would you jeopardize those achievements by an early start to the school year? Where's the evidence to support that such changes would only improve the performance of one of the highest performing school districts in the Inland Empire? And finally, is we just heard earlier about values, and it's representing the will of the people, that is those that voted, were surveyed twice, a value that is important to the school board. It is something that should be addressed since you are representing the people, and if you disregard the people, then we're just wondering just how you're going to do it. Finally, the last thing is, has there been any discussion of the impact on the budget by starting a school 2 weeks early in the summer, and the cost of air conditioning and other things that are used to provide a optimal educational environment for students at this time. So these kinds of questions and more are being asked by parents, and they need to know soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quesada. Thank you. Dr. Hansen, do you know, are the minutes and the video of our meeting in which we discussed that item still available? Yes. They still are? Okay. Can we have, do you have a clarification, something, Mr. Hunt? This is, yeah, I think the following changes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Quesada. Next, we have Cynthia Gibbs, wishing to address the board on core knowledge.
Good morning, esteemed members of the RUSD board. My name is Cynthia Gibbs, and I'm a parent of 2 children that attend Bryant Elementary School. We are a gold ribbon school and a Title I Academic Achievement Award school. We were recently awarded the Core Knowledge School of Distinction. This was recently done, and we're only one of 9 schools in the entire country that can claim this honor. We are supported by hardworking teachers, staff, and parents. I was very fortunate to have this school be my home school. 3 years ago, we lucked into it, and every single day, I thank my lucky stars that this is my home school. Many people transfer into Bryant Elementary simply to go to a core knowledge school. Now there are 3 elementary schools in our USD that have a core knowledge program that they can all feed into a middle school. So I would like to really officially open the dialogue with the district about expanding core knowledge from 6th grade to 8th grade. I'm one parent from one school, but this really started as a dialogue from parents at my school. How can we talk to the district? Where do we start? I don't know. So here I am starting. I represent dozens of parents that feel the same way I do. Many of the kids that have parents that have transferred them to Bryant, they're very supportive. So with starting a program like this, you have the support, the serious support and dedication of many, many parents. One thing that Bryant is very proud of is that it is a Title I academic achievement school. And this is something that is hard to achieve. We're maintaining higher test scores with core knowledge, and we are attracting additional students. There are people that drive a half an hour every morning and every afternoon just so they can go and take advantage of this program. And we really want to be that downtown school that really embodies what Riverside stands for in arts and innovation. So I would like the opportunity to follow up with district staff and with board members on this in the upcoming summer months, and that administration supports it and our parents are very supportive of this concept. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Next comment from the public, Mr. Alfredo Aguero. Sorry if I didn't say the last name correctly. Alfredo?
Yes,
Aguero. Welcome. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alfredo Aguero, and I belong to ICUC. I'm a community organizer. The reason for me here is because, well, first of all, I have to say, I'm sorry what I heard from CAC. I went to several meetings there, and it's a very limited information or no information for special education. And that's the purpose of that committee. So I just disagree with that. The other thing is that I talked to Mr. Henson 2 times, asking for a space to bring our organizations to help the parents to know their rights and responsibilities. Organizations that are a team of advocates for special kids is a task. Community Access Committee and Disability Rights California, that's some of them. So we're planning to make this every month. So it's been an issue at that point. It's just limited months or limited events they want to give me. And I want to ask if it's possible to have a roundtable. I'd like to invite the board members and you, Mr. Lee, to this roundtable, because really the special education kids need help. We can't wait for them to do what they're supposed to do. They make IEPs. They're supposed to make it. One, I heard they're supposed to have this triannual last year on September, and it's still not done. The girl's supposed to have the transitional plan when she turns 16. She's going to be 17 years old, and that plan is not done. I asked Mr. Hanson about that, And it sounds like we doing everything. I'm the one who is harassing the administrators, the IEP team. That's your words. And what I see, the ones are his arrest for the team, for the administration, for the special education, is the students and the parents for asking for help for their kids. And it's not fair. It's not fair. I'm a parent of one of them. When I didn't know the rights, they treat me like that. My son came out of high school reading as a third level. Math is a third level. He has to quit from college. And what I hear from Robert Diaz to this meeting, in that meeting I went, he says, are you gonna feel better, ma'am, if I tell you that some of the kids go to the college, they read at a 6th level? No. No, she said. I want her to read as a 12th level. Because it's not right. I think 3 minutes is not enough, but we have to start thinking that the best thing to do this, you have to get involved. I'm with them on the IPs. And believe me, I cry with them. Because I cried with my son every night for 4 years. So now I'm crying with them. But I'm gonna be here. I don't know for how long. The longest I have life. I've been fighting for special education because they need help, and you guys have to help them. You will have to start doing something, Mr. Henson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Jocelyn Garcia Alvarez. Good evening, Ms. Alvarez.
Hello, good afternoon. This is my first time doing this. Today I wanted to talk primarily about the different situations a student with disabilities may approach. In this case, I'm talking on behalf of my sister's experience and mine as well. While at Poly High School, she had no access to the existing elevator. It was requested, and we were told that it was only for employee use. Campus's other areas, such as lunch areas and many other where ramps are required. And other accommodations are required as well, because they were not existing. Evaluations have been done, but these evaluations show a different reality. The evaluations mention that everything is fine and accessible, which is a lie. Thank you so much for your time, and just wanted to talk about this issue in particular so that other students don't have to go through these struggles and are able to have the same advantages as other students to learn and to, so that actions can be taken now to better accessibility.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Maria Andrea Garcia.
Hi, I just wanted to mention about me being in the district, and I applied to be a cheerleader because I learned that other schools had a person with a disability as a cheerleader, and I wanted to be a part of that. So I just wanted to mention that I was denied it from that, and I suffered from bullying from my aide. She would always call me lazy and tell me that she couldn't write for me or do anything because I was in AP courses and there was a lot of work. A pretty good student, but because of her, I started getting Fs. So I transferred to Raincross High School. And whenever we had fire drills and that stuff, I wouldn't know what to do, or nobody would tell me. And so the teacher just said, put a book over your head. And that's it. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Maria. Last, Angelica.
Mr. Lee, what school is that young lady from? I'm sorry, I mean, she's at EOC now, or Raincross. Where was she when she tried out for cheerleading?
Were you up, Polly? Polly? Yeah, Polly.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Buenas tardes, distinguidos miembros del board. Las dos que pasaron ahorita antes son mis hijas, pero la que vengo a abogar es por María Andrea de Huelcha. Vengo a reportar.
Good afternoon, members of the board. The two young ladies that came up here before you, they are both my daughters. And the one that I'm speaking on behalf of today is my daughter, María Andrea.
Mis tres hijos tienen problemas de educación especial. Mi hijo el grande tiene disgrafia, dislexia, ADHD, y fue negado la evaluación inicial en la high school.
My three children all have issues as far as special needs. My oldest son has dysgraphia, dyslexia, and ADHD, and he was denied services.
A pesar de haber escrito varios correos electrónicos y cartas a las autoridades correspondientes de la escuela y del distrito escolar, le fue negado, ni siquiera la evaluación inicial se le hicieron.
Even though I wrote numerous emails, I spoke to different authorities, he was denied. He wasn't even allowed, never even had an initial evaluation.
Mi hija Jocelyn tiene ADHD y le fue negada la educación especial.
Well, Jocelyn has ADHD and she was denied special education.
María Andrea, la jovencita que viene en silla de ruedas, no tiene alteración de su inteligencia, mas tiene múltiples alteraciones ortopédicas y enfermedades crónicas.
María Andrea, the young lady that you saw earlier, she doesn't have any issues intellectually, but she has several medical concerns and many orthopedic issues.
Ella es una brillante estudiante, tenía casi puras A, y a causa del bullying empezó a llorar, a perder interés en la escuela, a faltar, y tuvo puras Fs y Ds durante ese semestre de agosto del 2016 a febrero del 2017 fue víctima del bullying.
She was and has been an excellent student. She was getting just about all A's in school, but unfortunately she was suffering from bullying at school, and she was just crying, didn't want to go to school anymore, and so her grades suffered. She started to get Fs, as this is a situation that occurred from August 2016 to February 2017.
Escribí cartas a las autoridades de la escuela, de la Poly High School, maestros, directores, consejeros, a CELPA, a Timothy Walker, a Kerry Entry, al enfermero y no tuve respuesta favorable. La única solución fue que la neuróloga le diera un programa de home hospital para rescatarla de la escuela.
I wrote many letters to the authorities, the school teachers, principal at Poly, to the counselors. I wrote letters to SELPA. I wrote letters to Timothy Walker, Carrie Antrim, to the district nurse, and I never got a favorable response. It wasn't up until her neurologist requested home hospital, and then we were able to get something there.
Fuimos a 3 IPs, septiembre, noviembre, diciembre, febrero, y les pedía que tomáramos ese tema y decían que primero iban a revisar los temas ordinarios del IP, dejando al último el problema del bullying. Incluso a mi hija la llevé, leyó una carta, le suplicó que la ayudaran y no la cambiaban de escuela ni le quitaban a la aide.
We had 3 IEPs. We had 3 meeting dates of IEPs. We had a meeting in September, November, December, then again in February. And every single time, I wanted to talk about the issues of bullying, but they would only go into the order of what was needed to be done at those IEPs, not addressing what I wanted to talk about. I at one point even had my daughter write a letter, and she read it. She cried, letting them know about the bullying situation, and never once did they change her aid.
No tengo traducción de los IP desde el año pasado. La evaluación trianual era en septiembre y ahorita estamos en mayo y apenas se está haciendo.
I don't have any translations of the IEPs
del año pasado.
From last year. And now we're at the triennial. We started in September and now, disculpe, en marzo.
Y ahorita apenas están terminando las evaluaciones.
And right now we're at the date that we are now, and the evaluations are just barely being finished.
Pido a ustedes y a los apreciables miembros del Comité para los Padres de Familia, al CAC, que verifiquen personalmente estas situaciones que pasamos los padres de familia en las reuniones de IP.
I request of you, members of the board and the executive board of the CAC, for you to please do something for what we are going through as parents in special education.
Mi hija fue excluida de deportes, excluida de recreo, no tiene mesas accesibles en el área de lunch ni en el área del comedor.
My daughter has been excluded from sports. She has been excluded from recesses. She does not have any access to lunch tables or the cafeteria.
Por lo tanto, yo creo que es importante que visitemos juntos, padres de familia y autoridades, las instalaciones para que tengan la accesibilidad para estudiantes en silla de ruedas.
So I suggest and I request that we go together to go see the accessibility, us as parents and you as members of the board, for you to be able to see the access to the facilities that exist.
No quiere decir que una película no es importante ni una actividad recreativa para un estudiante. Sí lo es, pero más es importante luchar por su dignidad como estudiante. Gracias.
I don't want to say that the movie isn't important or an activity isn't important, but much more important is to fight for the dignity of our students.
Thank you. I have one last card from Olga Fimbres. Did I say that right? Is Olga here? There she is. Regarding closed campus.
Good evening, board members. This is also my first time in front of a board or anything like that. It came to my attention that you guys are planning on having closed campuses for the school, for certain schools, or maybe all the schools. We were sent a letter home regarding this. And this was in response to San Bernardino shooting a couple of months ago. And my concern is that really the problem was in that situation was a domestic violence issue. And I don't think that's addressed by closing the campus to parents. I think we need to have access, and that promotes parent participation in school. It contradicts the positive learning environment that you guys aspire to have. We're already banned from the lunchroom. We can't watch our own children have breakfast. And also the volunteer policy I was trying to volunteer 2 hours at my school, and I was told that I needed to do a background check, and that goes against volunteer policy. I think all this discourages parents from participating in school, attending school, and I think it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Olga, can I ask what school your child attends or what school you're referring to? Beatty Elementary, thank you. All right, that concludes if there's no other cards from the public. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see these here, I'm sorry. Stephen. You're up, sorry. Surveillance cameras at Twain Elementary.
Yes. Mr. Lee, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here for 2 reasons. The first is to inform the board that there are video surveillance cameras at Twain Elementary, and the second part is to ask you to shut them down and shut them down now. Before I get started, I just want to let you know who I am. My name is Stephen Vahidi, and I have 2 children at Twain Elementary. I have a boy and a girl, ages 7 and 9. So I come to you as a parent, asking you to do this. I also, my spouse is, let me get this right, she is a K2 reading intervention specialist at Twain Elementary, and she works on a part-time basis. So I come to you with a different vested interest. And lastly, I just wanted to let you know that I'm an attorney, and my firm has represented students against school boards, and we've represented school boards in lawsuits against students. And the reason I tell you that, because I'm bringing that point of view to this conversation, and maybe more importantly, let you know that attorneys talk far too much, and so I apologize in advance if I go over. So let's go to the surveillance cameras. There are 5 surveillance cameras at Twain Elementary, and it is my understanding that they were installed about 60 days ago. And the reason I'm not sure about when they were installed is because, well, no one told me about them. No one informed me as a parent that there were new surveillance cameras at Twain, and I suspect that nobody told this board either. Because had somebody told the board, I'm sure somebody from the board would have reached out to the administration at Twain and said, you know, if you're going to install cameras at the school, that you need to inform the parents. Maybe even somebody would have reached out to the administration at Twain and said, look, if you're considering installing cameras at Twain Elementary, maybe that's not in the best interests of the children. And Dr. Farooq, I believed you earlier when you said, you know, the best interests of the children should be at the center of every discussion we have, should be at the center of everything we do. You know, that wasn't done here. There was no discussion. There wasn't even a notification to me as a parent as to what was in the best interest of my children when the cameras were installed. So I suspect at least you didn't know about them. Now notice, 2 parents is required by school board policy. I looked at the policy and it's well established. It's since 2001, it's been the policy of this board that before cameras are installed, 2 things need to happen. And I'll refer you to the section if you want to write this down. It's a section on campus security, section 1.2F. It states in the relevant part, before cameras installed, quote, at the beginning of each school year, notice shall be provided to the students attending such schools. So let me stop there. So at the beginning of each school year, notice shall be provided. In the law, shall is a magic word. That means must. It doesn't mean you have discretion. It doesn't mean that the administration can do it if they want or based on the circumstances, but it says shall be provided to the students attending such schools and parents and the guardians of those students. And as we've already established, I wasn't on notice, and certainly my students were on notice that cameras were in operation. In fact, when I attended the open house at the beginning of the year, I went to the meetings with both of my children, And we did talk about video, we did talk about photographs, but it was all in the context of social media and how.
Mr. Vahidi, you're about a minute over, so we'll give you a little bit more time, but we need to wrap up your comments.
I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
So we talked about photographs and videos in the context of social media, never in the context of surveillance cameras. And that would have been the time to do it. So right now, those cameras are in violation of district policy. The second part of section 1.2F says that warning signs in both English and Spanish shall be placed in conspicuous places at the ingress and egress at the school. I walked it yesterday morning, and there are some signs, but at least one location, the south entrance, there are no signs. So I would have suspected that somebody from the board would have said to the administration at Twain, before you put up the cameras, make sure that you're in compliance with board policy. Because those cameras are in violation, I'm asking you to shut them down now.
Thank you, Mr. Vahidi. We have two more folks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, Ms. Cassandra Green. Welcome, Cassandra. You have 3 minutes. Okay. Are you Carrie? Okay.
Okay. You're going to take her out? Hi. Sorry if I get a little emotional. My situation took a little different turn this past Thursday, as I've already spoken to Mrs. Day about. Superintendent Hanson, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I come to you as a parent of a student at Mark Twain Elementary after numerous attempts to get resolution has been futile. There are many issues concerning Mark Twain Elementary right now. The constant attempt to alienate parents away from our children's education is disturbing. Decisions being made without parent notification, and when asked about it, the principal's response was that she would make decisions and she does not have to inform the parents. This is in direct violation of the Twain mission statement that indicates Twain is a collaborative school that includes parents, teachers, students, and staff. And having spoken out against this, my child is now suffering. With limited time, I am going to address our most pressing issue today. In early April, it was discovered by parents and teachers that our children were being videotaped at school. This was done secretly without any notification, not only to parents, but not notifying our teachers as well. We now know filming began March 31st. At the May PTA meeting, the principal was asked about cameras, and specific questions regarding filming were presented. We were unable to get answers, and when the principal was asked to notify the parents that their children were now being recorded, she looked directly at us and said, no. Following that meeting, I took time to research the RUSD policy concerning video cameras. I was highly disappointed with what I found. Not only is the information highly outdated, but it is incomplete at best. It weighed heavily on my mind and bothered me so much that my daughter now felt she was constantly being watched. I could not get past how sneaky and unresponsive the principal was in regards to the cameras. On May 16th, I reached out to the principal asking specific questions about viewing, confidentiality, and other concerns. I was offered an additional 5 minutes at another meeting to discuss this. Feeling this was not adequate time, I responded back that yes, I would like a discussion on this matter, but I would also like an email response answering my questions. As of today, I am still waiting for those answers. On May 19th, myself and other parents met with the principal and discussed the cameras. We were again not given the information requested. We were told the principal was given $20,000 to spend, and she chose to spend $6,000 of her money on cameras. Well, let me correct her right there. This money does not belong to her. It doesn't belong to you. It does not belong to me. It belongs to our children. Meeting with the Assistant Superintendent Garcia and Chief Academic Officer Mrs. Day concerning cameras as well, we still have not gotten our answers. We were referred to Dr. McGuire, who indicated that a policy was being proposed at tonight's meeting, and yet again, it is incomplete and does not address the issues we have brought forward. Why is it time not being taken, and why are parents not being included in the discussion on a policy that should truly have our children's best interest at the root of it? This isn't something that should be handled lightly or rushed through. And why are things being done without parents' voices? The secrecy and haphazard nature that cameras were installed is alarming and, again, direct conflict of the mission of Mark Twain Elementary. The fact that the policy states that they are there for safety and security Yet cameras at Twain fail to cover the largest portion of the perimeter of our campus. Yet we do have 2 cameras directly on our children during their lunchtime. When meeting with Mrs. Day, let me back up. It saddens me that my child is now being denied services at the school in an event that occurred last Thursday, after I have now come forward, and now I have to stand before you in a public forum to be heard and share my daughter's confidential academic situations just to have my voice heard. Dr. McGuire indicated to us that the only way to get resolution was to come straight to you guys this evening. When meeting with Mrs. Day, she made 2 important statements. The first was asking us if we were just nitpicking at the principal, and I have spent serious time thinking about this, and the answer is no. And perhaps that was our mistake. Perhaps had we been nitpicking, had we been questioning all along throughout this year, she would not have felt she had the power to make this decision without meeting with parents. The second statement Mrs. Day made was that parents should not have to have done all of the research and put the time in for what we have done. And she's right. We elect you to these positions to do that for us. We rely on you to make sure that when we leave our children for the school day, they are in a healthy and safe environment. And we rely on you to do the research and act on our behalf. A few weeks back, I sent an open letter to all of you, and I did not sign my name. I had heard time and time again that to speak out against the principal at Twain was to suffer retaliation. But we got to the point that I could no longer stand in the shadows, but had to be a voice for my child. And now my child suffers. How do I encourage other parents or even teachers to speak out when I have now experienced this firsthand? And I'm almost done, I'm sorry. So as the only way to be heard was to come here tonight, I ask you, our elected officials that represent our children, to recognize you do not have an appropriate policy in place to be recording children. The cameras at Twain were installed in a sneaky and underhanded manner, and they should not be there. If a policy can be determined that addresses concerns and a protocol is in place to move forward with installation, then at that time and that time only should there be a discussion about cameras being installed. That is not what has happened. It does not look to be what is happening. And so I ask you, as a parent of Mark Twain Elementary students, until we can work together to collaboratively and determine what is best for our children, get the cameras out of our school. One last statement. Every one of us can do something right 100 times, and nobody cares. Nobody looks at the video. Nobody sees what you do. But the one time you make a mistake, that becomes your story. And when it's on video, that becomes our children's story. And isn't elementary school the time they should be making these mistakes? And do we need that to be their video recorded stories? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Mr. Hunt, you have a clarifying question? And then
Yes, I
Mrs.
do.
Alavi?
To the gentleman, could I just ask you carefully? Sir, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, I apologize.
Mr. Vahidi.
It rhymes with Tahiti.
Well, that's a good one. All I can ask you is a clarifying question. You and the speaker afterwards and if we have erred on the policy, then that is a concern, and I'm sure Dr. Hanson will be discussing that with his board and give us the route how that happened. But as a father whose 26-year-old daughter lives in London, which is the most cameraed city per square mile of anyone, I take comfort in that there is, particularly, the headlines and all, that they are watching that, and that's for criminal purposes. So it's a little bit different, but do you have a concern, if that had been done properly to the procedures that you have pointed out, the lady after you, that it wasn't, do you have a problem? What is the problem, so I can understand, you have with cameras on campuses?
Sure, I'd be glad to answer that. I haven't researched the issue as to the efficacy of cameras in deterring crime, for instance, in general, or even deterring crime on campus or trespassing or whatever the goal is that an institution would have to install cameras. But let's narrow this down to Miller Elementary. We're talking elementary school kids here as young as 5 years old. I can't imagine what purpose surveilling a 5-year-old would have. So it must be very, very important to put video cameras on them. We're talking high school students. I think that's a different conversation. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Ms. Alvey.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. San Martin. So when we install these safety, security, quote-unquote, cameras, are we not trying to surveil the perimeter of the school?
Yes, when we get a request from the school site to install cameras, it's because has been a pattern of security or vandalism. Not only are we looking out for, that they serve a purpose of looking out for our students, but also the facility itself.
Okay, so why would there ever be a case where you would have interior cameras? Interior? Because you're trying to see who comes onto campus, right?
I'm not sure specifically for the case of Twain, but that's something that the school principal will need to respond to, why specifically in those locations at the site installed those cameras.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Thank you, Mr. San Martin. Make it quick, sir.
If I may add to that.
Mr. San Martin.
Sure. District policy has guidance in there that each school should have a site plan. It's in my opinion, my humble opinion, that Miller should have developed a site plan. We need cameras because it's to deter X, vandalism, tardy to class, whatever that might be. And then once you establish the goal, that it would be the steps to achieve goal. I didn't raise that today because that's a process issue. That I thought was beyond my 3 minutes, but I do want to raise that. There's no site plan at Miller. So we as a parent, we have no idea why the cameras are there, and we have no idea why we should have spent that money.
Do you mean Twain?
I'm sorry, Twain, sorry. Yeah. So,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, that'll conclude our public input. Appreciate everybody coming and sharing with us. Again, if we did not comment, it does not mean we were not listening. So we appreciate your input. That's important to us. Before we take a short break, I do want to get to the district employee group reports, and then we'll take a recess. So, Mr. Dan Rudd. Good to see you, sir. How come I look so much more happy to see you than you do us?
Huh?
How come I look so much happier to see you than you do us?
I got a strained neck, so been
Good to
milking
see you,
it for a
Dan.
couple days. Good evening, President Lee, Superintendent Hanson, members of the board and the cabinet. CSEA's Chapter 506 celebrated Classified School Employees Week 2 weeks ago, the week of May 21st to May 27th. We had our chapter picnic where our members had a great time. They had great music and they had great food, and we were able to raise over $600 for the Dorothy Bjork Relief Fund, which is a fund for members to help members when there's a problem. And can I have some of the CSEA members stand up that attended to show some of our support? They worked hard and long to put on a really good picnic for our members. And I want to say thank you to Kylie and Steve Ybarra for showing up and promoting the love that we feel for CSEA. And also, too, we had a video made for our members to show who we are and what we do for the district. And at this time, I'd like to show, the members in the back to play it for you, and you might recognize some of the honorary members of CSEA.
Appreciate it. Still not sure what your members were thinking when they let me drive that lawnmower, but I'm appreciative. All right, thank you. Thank you, Dan. Next, from our PTA, Miss Gina Cheadle, and I believe she's got somebody with her this evening, too.
Mr. Lee, Dr. Hanson, board members, good evening. First, I'd like to just go over some things that PTA has accomplished this year. So we had 12 members of our RUSD school units attend the California State PTA Convention and training in San Jose. We have over 6,000 members, and we made our 5% membership challenge, so we won that. And then for our Reflections Art programs, we sent 11 students to state PTA, and we had one go to national PTA, Kayla from North High School. And then we would like to present you with a check from all the volunteer hours. We had 17 units that reported all their hours, and so that was over $60,000 or 60,000 hours, which accumulated to over $1.5 million.
And special thank you to Poly High School's ASB for printing the check for us. We'll be sure to get that mounted for you. Yes.
And then secondly, I just want to say this is my last month, the end of my term, and I just want to thank board members, all the district cabinet for being so supportive. I feel like our relationship with PTA and the school district has strengthened, and I hope that that will continue on through the next few years, well, through all the years. But again, I just want to say what an honor it's been to serve PTA and be a part of such a great school district. Thank you. And then thirdly, I'd like to introduce you to our new Riverside Council PTA President, Adriana Catanik-Curiel.
And good evening, board. I've represented Gina a couple times during her term, so I'm familiar with all of you, but I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to building a stronger bridge between our parent community and our school board in this upcoming 2-year term. So I will be looking forward to meeting all of you one-on-one. Maybe we can have coffee or something, and getting our parents together so that we can talk about some real issues. I heard some wonderful issues brought up by some of our parents in our community. And like I was telling Gina earlier, one of my biggest passions is advocacy. And you saw that I took those students up to Sacramento this year for the legislative conference. And what I would like to do with our parents in the community, not necessarily PTA parents, but any parents in the community, is get them all together for a round table that we can talk about advocacy issues in our district, and we can really come together and figure out a way that we can solve some of these problems. So I'll be looking forward to working with all of you throughout the 2017-2019 term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina, for your 2 years as president and your countless other years serving in the PTA. We appreciate your leadership, and thank you for and your team for finding a great replacement. And we look forward to working with you, Adriana, and taking you up on some of those advocacy issues. We look forward to meeting with you for coffee. So we will take a short recess. It is 8:08 right now by my take. We'll take about a 12-minute recess. Back here at 8:20. Dr. Farouk. All right. All right, so we are on section I, the Board of Education Subcommittee reports. So we're going to hear some feedback from the members of the committee for these two subcommittees, Operation and Finance. So Mr. Hunt, I believe you chair the Operations Committee?
Yes, sir, along with Dr. Farouk, excuse me. And I'll report, and then anything Dr. Farouk would like to, that I missed or you'd like to add. We met on May the 12th, and a lengthy agenda. We did have team cleaning to look at the team cleaning, get an update on that, but we decided because of the agenda, this length, that we'd move that to a time so we'd have a proper time. This item was brought to our attention by some of our campus leadership that is concerned with the effectiveness of team cleaning. We had a report from our staff on the district office consolidation update. Really, it was a report on advancing the program for the subject project. What absolutely needs to be in a district office and what functions can effectively operate in existing or other facilities. Following that, we made a recommendation to move the item to the board for further discussion. We talked about the Grant Education Center. The board remembered that Mr. Lee and Dr. Hanson have suggested, and we think it's a good idea, utilizing the building and upgrading it, putting some investment into it. The committee thought that was good. I'm going to move it forward. But we did ask to give us an idea. We've asked Dr. Hanson and Mr. Lee to have the board hold a meeting down there. So, because I don't think anybody else other than Mrs. Alaby and I have ever been there and toured the place. It's quite a fantastic, wonderful jewel we have, and I do feel, and Dr. Farouk and I did express that, we have surplus that property, and I think it's a valuable piece of property, but there's not any developer I can think of that would want to buy that, including an historical building. You rarely will get that word out, and they'll say, I don't want that part. So re-looking at our recommendation to the board to consider will be re-looking at the property and determining how much of it needs to stay in district control. And that basically probably be with the basketball courts to Brockton, and the rest of it could be surplused out and still be attractive, particularly to the medical community, in our opinion, but that would be up to the board. We did discuss district properties, particularly at King and Poly. Information that we that are on the board, when those properties were bought, those adjacent properties at King and across from Poly, that Mr. San Martin and Mrs. Kadisha have brought forward to us. There, for instance, it needs to come to the board so they're understanding that we have a certain amount of time once we buy a property to place a plan on it, what we're going to do with it, according to the State Department of Education. Our staff does point out that can be extended, but the board needs to know about that. We also were asking, and they're giving us some recommendations on, particularly on the Poly land, of how we can use it and how it can or cannot be accessed for the use by Poly students. It segued into the next item, which was King High traffic and using that land to ease not just their drop-off and pickup problems, but their parking problems, lack of parking thereof. We did ask the staff to come back with a plan before it comes to the board that utilizes brings forth this idea of utilizing the land to augmenting and enhancing the pickup and drop off, but also just doesn't take the entire piece of land we paid a lot of money for to achieve this objective, but would leave certainly the land fronting onto Wood, which is more valuable to a developer to buy it from us if necessary, or the land out there on Van Buren. But just to know what our options would be on that land and then bring that to the board. We talked about the parking lot issues. Just got an update from Ken and others on Temple Bethel, and particularly the Mount Rubidoux Community Church. The Mount Rubidoux Community Church uses the Poly parking lot on Saturdays and on Sundays. Our kids right now are using their lot because we don't have enough parking, and there's no agreement between the two of us which according to staff would actually, they weren't really in favor of the church, and so it may be a problem. And just an update, we had the AP from Poly there. Just an update, if you recall, there's, with our after snack program, which is a significant part of the kids at Poly, and they come in these plastic trays, much like the meals they give us. Those things are getting strewn all over Temple Bethel and on Victoria, and we're just asking for some ideas from them as far as recycling or incentives or something so kids won't do that. I did go to a baseball game. It was the same day as the swim finals, and I had to park very close to the wall there fronting onto Victoria, and so walk all the way back there. And there was 15 or so of these plastic containers just strewn about. I mean, we need to bring more trash cans or something. We brought forward the Gage and Sierra Middle School landscape plans. Through miscommunication, Mrs. Allaby was supposed to be able to be there because Dr. Farouk has kindly, for that issue, given up his seat on the committee so Mrs. Allaby can have input. As you recall, that we didn't communicate well with Mrs. Allaby. And so we did, though, to meet that achievement and show the whole board, if you recall in the last meeting, the consent calendar, we pulled that and the staff was ready to give a report, thinking it went well. And we reviewed the proposed project at Poly, utilize when they're replacing the green screens, which are wind screens, are green, to feature on them through silk screening or other methods. The numerous alumni, Poly was founded in 1887 from the school, who have made significant achievements in sports, the public and private sectors, and other areas. We asked staff to investigate if private contributions, so the XYZ company could sponsor a panel, have their name down the corner, and we asked them to investigate whether in the other corner, if a club on campus, I think they said there's 45 Poly clubs, that could adopt a panel, kind of help design it, help get it involved, and that sort of thing, and kind of take some ownership in it and protection of it. We did determine that this is not part of the naming policy just adopted, but it's just advertising at the school to sort of inform people about the just the great history of that school, and maybe something we'll build from it. And then finally, because of the number of items that are before the committee and ongoing, the staff asked that we determine a calendar, which I think we're working on, for a monthly meeting because of the items. That's all I have to report, Mr. President. Dr. Farouk?
Mrs. Allaby.
Thank you. I don't understand about the windscreens.
Okay.
Where would these windscreens
Well-
go? This sounds awful.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Since you have no idea,
It sounds like a
decided
bulletin.
it sounds awful.
It
That's
sounds
great.
like a bulletin board.
No, it's when you walk towards the baseball field, and you've got the tennis courts on your left. As you begin to come up there and the softball fields to your right, as you begin right there, which would be about just past third base, maybe a little bit in left field, there are wind screens. There are green screens that go all the way up to the stadium and then back to the stadium and then all the way down to the right field lane. So there's, I mean, feet, it's significant. So instead of them just being green, they would have Cheryl and Reggie Miller and their high school pictures and just what they on to do. They would have, we talked about public officials. We talked about private people from Poly that have gone on to lead companies, or like Ramona, been an astronaut. Just something that talks about the Poly pride and gives people walking there, particularly the baseball stadium, an understanding of Poly.
I think you're going to have some way to monitor this, that it doesn't become a series of loud, obnoxious, colored billboards along that way. And if there's no coordination of that, that's going to be very...
You know what, Ms. Allaby, I'd love to have you coordinate it. But I do think it's important that we look at our schools and the great history, and since 1887, I was amazed. Do you know there was an Indian chief that went to Poly years ago, went on to prominence in the national, in the Major League Baseball? I didn't know that. but maybe it would inspire young people when they walk by there. We're not naming anything, we're allowing them, instead of green, to have pictures.
I know, and you're talking about signs, and signs can be pretty unsightly unless they're handled well. That's why we have sign codes in the city, and I think we need a sign code at our schools. You just can't just put up signs every place that you want to and make it look good. But I'm just expressing.
I don't-
This is the first I've heard of it, so I'm just.
No, that's why we report out.
Thank you. We'll move on to finance if there's nothing further to discuss on operations. So Patricia, did you want to comment on the finance?
I'm just going to wait because most of our finance meeting was with, about our budget. So I think we can, if it's okay with the board, we'll just wait until we hear from Mrs. Kakish. Is that okay with you, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Let me get back to my list here. Next on the agenda is consent, but Jerry has some obligations and it's getting late. So I told him we'd fit him in here and he wanted to share some parting comments with the board and with the district. So Jerry, you have the floor.
Thank you, thank you. All right, well, as this is my last meeting here with the board, I'd like to just share some of my experiences, mainly within RUSD for ever since I was in almost, second grade. When I first was in elementary, which was high elementary back then, it's now STEM. I just dropped in, didn't know much of anything, nervous, didn't even know my ABCs that well, to be honest. And I was extremely thankful to RUSD then, especially to my teachers too, with their ESL courses and dedication to help me eventually to get a little bit better English and help me go into middle school. I hopefully as prepared as any other kids, at least on average. And then during middle school, it was a wonderful demonstration, in my opinion, of how much our district and its teachers really supports competition and on a state and national level, with almost all the schools participating in events like science fair, national history, science Olympiad, math counts, and some other stuff as well. Both me and my fellow classmates were extremely grateful that RUSD was able to budget all we really needed to truly exceed in these competitions. And I also want to comment on how great the high school selection was in RUSD. I had a very hard time deciding between my native school, which was King, and the school I eventually decided to go to, which was North. I believe that is actually an excellent problem to have, because it really shows that we don't have just one school that's obviously the best choice. With so many different programs out there. For example, King, most people will consider their band and engineering program to be among the best in our district. And North, of course, we have the IB program, which is extremely captivating as well. So I love how that I got to experience the positive choices that we did have. And then I would like to thank you all for definitely making that happen in the last few years. And then I'm also very excited to hear in just the last couple of weeks that indeed one of my favorite programs, which is IB, is actually being expanded to another school in our district. IB, for those of you who aren't very familiar, is a college preparation program that's very similar to AP, but it's a broader stroke, which includes volunteering, analytical writing, and some other areas. The point is that it's absolutely life-changing for me, and I loved it when I heard that it is, again, being expanded. I just want to give it a quick input on this program, and perhaps say a bit for my fellow IB students, both right now and in the future, for however many schools that may eventually end up being added to. It's a wonderful educational opportunity, academically, definitely, but it does tend to limit the student just a tiny bit. For example, when I was in 9th and 10th grade, we do have a certain track that all of us IB program kids have to go to. It's not just like AP where you just take some class and then take a test. You have to go through this. For example, you have to take like Math 1, 2, and then you get to take IB and things like that. But what that did for us is that it kind of captured our group of just 60 core students, and day in, day out, we would just see our 60 students, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, they're a wonderful group of friends, but then again, 60 sacrifices wasn't all that exciting and probably more engaging. But then during just last year, I really began to see the effect of LCAP and then also the School Plus 2 program that hopefully I think you guys did have a great impact on how it got flowed to our district. What happened was then that us IB kids started seeing a lot of other students in our clubs. You know, we got motivated, you know, go to our club, it's Chinese club, you get a free shirt. And suddenly we began to meet some of the other people. I mean, granted, we could have been a little bit less lazy in that respect, gotten out, but then again, what you guys did, LCAP, and then School Plus 2 really helped catalyze that that process of us getting mixed in well. So I definitely think that it would be a great idea to continue the School Plus student, also to help to keep LCAP running, so that especially in the IB schools and in the new ones too, so that students can be a little bit more mixed in that respect, so they can have the same great experience I had as an 11th grader and up until this year as well. And then there's also another issue is that my classmates often bring up, my IB classmates they often bring up a lack of choice in IB. Again, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of options in IB, multiple science course, multiple languages courses, but it's still very limited when compared to available AP and honor level courses. I'm very well aware, especially being the board meetings these past third of the year, that there is a significant issue of budgeting. RUSD can't just hire new IB chemistry teachers just because 5 students really had a knack for mixing stuff. However, I do feel like there's a possible solution to this, perhaps advertise the IB curriculum even more. And we saw the effect that it had no north over the past several decades. It didn't have that much choice as well, but right now we've got plenty. And hopefully in the future we can even have more with an ever increasing number of IB students each year. And then I feel like that's a really good model to probably bring on to the new IB school as well, in which we advertise and maybe attract some of the AP kids into it. Hopefully we'll get more IB class choices in there. Again, more choices can't be that bad, especially when it's choice between AP and IB. There's no wrong in there, that's for sure. So yes, these 2 suggestions are just what I hope are icing on the cake for the future of IB in our district. I'm extremely glad that this wonderful opportunity and wonderful program has been expanding so much in the last 30-odd years. And it's also very inspiring again to see that as one mentioned before, I still remember a couple months ago, I had the honor of sitting next to Mr. Lee during one of our principal roundtables. And we got to discuss, and all the principals discussed about ESL and how to solve the problem of getting ESL students ready in as few years as possible. And I found that really impactful at the time because I thought, wow, back in elementary school, this is so important to me, and it's so direct. Somehow I thought there might be several layers of bureaucracy between the very leadership of our USD and eventually what it became. And then that's just really inspiring to me that at a board meeting I got to personally see the direct connection there is. Again, as our district, it still makes me smile every time I read through these gigantic, for me at least, gigantic, like couple dozen page papers, which there's always a couple of pages about, consent. Are we going to be spending $1,000 on field trip for the girls to go to state for volleyball? Also makes me smile because I knew what a great experience that was for me in middle school and high school, and I love to see that continuing on as well. And finally, again, I'm just so excited that there's a new IB program out there, and then I'm grateful for it. So to wrap it up, I'm of course honored to be part of the machine that shaped me into who I am today. It's inspiring to me and my classmates that there's such a direct and positive connection between the leadership and the programs flowing down to the students. I love to know that I made an impact on my fellow students, and I hope that the next group of student board members can have more impact, and I wish them an early good luck. Just want to have that on record. Again, so in conclusion, thank you board members and everybody here for the wonderful and eye-opening opportunity and experience, and I'm sure that this will continue to improve in the next few years with even more impacts and hopefully even more higher quality student members, I would like to think. So thank you very much and have a good rest of the summer and also have a good night. Thank you.
I think that's a mic drop, right? He's going to walk right out of here. I like it. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Mr. Hunt, you're going to have to step up your game because he's going to be speaking of the same thing.
Yeah. Where's Woody?
All right. So we come to the consent part of the agenda, and it's quite a long consent item agenda. We have a move for approval. Dr. Farouk?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve in a second. Please, I think I'm supposed to do something here. Please vote. Oops. All right. I think we're missing one. Yes, no. All right, there we go. That motion passes. Thank you. All right, we have several public hearings that we're going to be opening tonight. The first one we have, I think Ms. Carmen Day here. We're going to hold a public hearing on the proposed 2017 through 2020 Local Control and Accountability Plan to be considered for adoption. So it's recommended that we hold a public hearing on this. And at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Any members of the public who wish to address the board concerning this public hearing, please complete a request to address the Board of Education card available at the table in the back of the boardroom. I don't have any at this time, so I will introduce Lynn Carmen Day. And I think she's going to introduce that lady on her left.
Absolutely. Good evening, Board President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, Board President Lee, sorry about that, and Dr. Hanson and esteemed board members. We have the opportunity tonight to bring back some information. Most of it will be a review of our study session. And we wanted to provide you with a binder tonight that you have on the dais at your place. And that binder is really meant to be a resource for you. You've received the information in the last 2 mail-outs, so you have all of the information, but we thought we would organize it in a place for you to have it accessible for the entire term of the LCAP. So in the binder, you will see some specific tabs, and I have asked Kirsten to review some of the areas that you have in the binder. One of the things that I want to make mention is the summary, and that will be a summary primarily of our last board study session. And it's also a summary that the public had access to tonight and is posted on our website as well. So if you open your binder, I just want to let you know what you have for review throughout the next year. One is the summary, and that is in the first tab, the red tab, and that's what I'm going to ask Ms. Reno Frosto Kirsten to review. You'll see a plan summary that's actually part of the LCAP, the annual update that is part of the LCAP, stakeholder engagement, which is part of the LCAP, our plan services and action, which is part of the LCAP, our unduplicated student services, which is part of the LCAP, superintendent's response to public comment through DLAC and CDAC, and then the budget information, which you will actually have presented to you by Ms. Kakish this evening. So just wanted to remind you about the timeline from fall until currently, and all of the efforts that we have to implement the LCAP. We have monitored it in 3 different terms, and we also, at the last board study session, had the opportunity to present to you actions and services that were changing from 16-17 to 17-18 and the remainder years. So that is what you have seen in the past. And then we had hoped for May revision to bring about some potential opportunity for additional actions and services, and that will be addressed in the budget. But at this point, we are able to just reiterate the actions and services that were agreed upon and recommended to the board and agreed upon at the study session. And that's what Kirsten will be reviewing at this moment.
Thank you. So if you turn to the red tab, we have the summary, and so we'll just review quickly the changes. Most of them are highlighted in yellow, so we'll only go over those sections. In addition, many of them are simply clarifications as we continue to strive for a more transparent document. So that's what many of them are, and I'll point some of those out. So in 1.1a, you'll see highlighting there for just simply some transparency and clarification on
some of the focuses for our professional development with our staff, including building a culture of continuous improvement around shared leadership and reinforcing those collaborative structures for cycles of inquiry. In 1.1b, as discussed before, we have implementing the district-wide STEM strategy, which we've allotted additional resources to this year. In 1.1c, increasing the capacity of instructional support staff and site staff to serve English learners, which is the revision to our English learner plan, including some supplemental resources. In 1.1d, providing instructional support, this is a clarification and transparency with increased focus on unduplicated students' performance with attendance and engagement. These are the assistant principal support that we are also expanding. In 1.3c, providing quality leadership development, this was an addition to our assistant principal development and interest-based problem solving for principals. 1.4 is the addition of our professional growth system, which is a completely new goal. So that goal of 1.4 of facilities has moved to 1.5. In goal 2, preparing all students to be college and career ready, in 2.1b, we have some expansion of Avid Excel, which supports our long-term English learners, and newcomer support classes. 2.1d, this is simply just some transparency in determining effectiveness and sustainability of our multi-tiered system of support, proof of concept. In 2.1e, again, just clarification of language, providing support around student learning and well-being of unduplicated students to sites. Those are site allocations where sites develop plans for those students. Continuing to provide summer learning programs, we're expanding at elementary school in 2.1f as well as to 5 sites for high school. 2.2a, continuing the design process of Portrait of a Graduate with Mastery Learning. And then 2.2j is the addition of dual enrollment. 2.3b looks at the expansion of core, or actually DLI at Fremont and Gage, and the expansion of core knowledge in 2.3c to Franklin. And then a Leader in Me program, 2.3d at Woodcrest Elementary. In 2.3e, looking at reevaluating the STEM Academy Lottery and outreach to increase equity and access, and the design of the STEM High School in partnership with UCR. In 2.4b was looking at increasing professional development of counselors. This is simply just a transparency, calling that out in a separate action. 2.5b, the expansion in some CTE. And then moving on to goal 3 of engagement. In 3.1b, again, just clarification in language to include attendance initiatives. We want to make sure we are clearly communicating everything we are doing. In 3.1c, this was an added action for implementation of restorative practices. And 3.1d was the additional action of providing increased services to special education students with the additional program specialist. 3.2d, this is an added action of designing and implementing strategies to increase cultural proficiency for staff and students. And the last one, 3.3h, continuing to develop and implement adult and student engagement. This was actually just clarification of language. It was included in another goal, and we've just pulled it out. Any questions on those items?
Question about this.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Luck-Dawson has something. No?
No, it's not about this. We're coming up on 9 o'clock and we're obviously going to go past the hour. So I was going to move to extend our board meeting, but also perhaps request of staff. We have quite a lot of items to cover and I'm not sure how late we want to be here tonight. So perhaps if there are some things that could be tabled where it looks like there will be longer, we should probably discuss that unless you think we can get through it.
There's a couple items on the end of the discussion calendar, the professional growth system and the subcommittee discussion that we could put off to the next meeting.
Yeah, I think I want to be able to listen. And I think as I get too tired, it's difficult for me to do that. So I'm not sure. How does the rest of the board feel about perhaps tabling those things? If they're not time sensitive, I think it might be wise to move them.
Dr. Hanson, are those items time sensitive? No. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get through these public hearings.
Okay.
And then we can reevaluate, but I'm open to tabling those items.
Okay, so can I just make a motion to move past 9 o'clock now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Motion to-
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Can we just, instead of going?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That was unanimous, whoever's keeping minutes. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
The
Kirsten.
last, no problem. The last piece is if you turn to the pink tab, just so that you're aware, we are required to present the proposed plan at CDAC and DLAC. We did that, DLAC April 26th and CDAC on May 2nd. We did receive 4 questions with which we've responded in writing, and those are posted on the website, and that's what you have behind the pink tab there. The last thing is we just wanted to make mention that we did send this to the county office for review and received a couple commendations. One in the area of the annual update due to the clarity and that it communicates for stakeholders in the level of detail, as well as in the area of unduplicated student services for improved and increased actions, that's also being used as a model for other districts in our county. So,
Thanks.
congratulations.
Ms.
And
Lechta-
also, everything's posted on the web.
Thank you, Kirsten. Ms. Lechthausen, did you have something?
No, that was
Okay.
left over. And I think,
Mrs. Alvey, did you have something, or is that left over too?
No.
Okay.
I think we're just leftovers from the last discussion.
Okay. Anything else?
Concludes.
You guys are done? All right, so I don't have any cards, so I don't have to fill them out or call them out or anything. So at this time, are there any board member comments? Any further board member comments on this item before I close the public hearing? All right, hearing none, close the public hearing. All right, item 2. It is recommended the Board of Education conduct a public hearing for the 2017-2018 proposed all funds budget. Mrs. Kakish.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. As I start this item, I would like to make sure that you know that this is a collaborative effort between Ed Services and Business Services, and I have not seen as good of a system that they put in place as this year, and the work that went behind incorporating everything that was in the LCAP in the budget. So we're happy to report that we have a budget that all of these items were incorporated, and it will still be a positive certification. We haven't pre-submitted it to the county because we don't have that same
Ms.
process.
Kakish, can I interrupt you for a second? I'm sorry. Dr. Farouk.
President Lee, do we need to formally vote on adopting the plan itself?
No.
For the LCAP, it's
Yes.
going to be the
Later.
next meeting,
Yeah.
both budget and the LCAP will be.
Thank you, though. Thanks for pointing that out. Because I've forgotten before, so thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Kakish. Go ahead.
So anyway, I was just thanking the team that worked on incorporating all of that, which is business staff led by Ms. Meekin and Kirsten from Ed Services, and everybody that worked under that process. We have 3 different things that we're going to be mentioning. The presentation that I'm going to go through the slides that you have on the light orange tab in your binder. And then if you want to reference to it, but it'll also be projected. We've also prepared based on a conversation and training that Ms. Elavy have received at CSBA that we should be looking at and get a lot of information regarding cash flow that has to do with the projections too. So I asked Ms. Meekin to prepare a cash flow, and she'll go over the highlight of what does she take in consideration when she does that. And there is also a handout that I'll be mentioning regarding the ending fund balance when I touch on those slides, and the STRS and PERS rates. So that's a handout on the side. So the first slide is the summary of our income for the current year that we are finishing, 16-17, and that's an estimated actual. So it's not really the final, but it is our best guess of what we're going to end up with. And 17, 18 is our projection based on the assumptions. And so we are going from 459 million and change to 455 million and change. And I'm going to go over the reasons. This is the pie chart that just tells you that our main source of income is the LCFF sources. So the reason for some of the changes in each category under the LCFF, we increased by $10.6 million, and it's really due to the gap funding of increase of 43.97%. And that gap funding, if you remember, we're in the last few years of finishing the funding of the local control funding formula. Cost of living adjustment is projected to be at 1.56, and an ADA increase, which is an enrollment increase, but it's a percentage of attendance of those, at 63 students. State funding is going down, and it's due to the elimination of the one-time funds that we received from the state this year. We were supposed to receive a similar, not a similar amount, but similar type of funding, and the governor in the May revision had delayed that to May of 2019, and that's one of the reasons. Local revenue went down because we had in this year budgeted some carryover from the year before, and we don't need to do that this year, but the budget year. For expenditures, we are going from 479 million to 494 million. And this is the pie chart. It's overlapping there for some reason. But one of the areas that we always highlight at this pie chart is the salaries and benefits being 81.41% of our budget. At one point, we were over 85% of the budget, and we went down to the 70s because we couldn't afford personnel, and we were doing a lot more things that are one-time funding. And now we're going back up to that, that level. The reasons for some of the changes in the expenditures. For salaries and benefits, and that is the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 object code, is 3.2 million for step and column, and then 6 million for STRS and PERS, and a little bit of workers' comp increase. So the STRS and PERS, if you refer to the handout, we're actually, over the next 4 years, will be increasing by $18.9 million for the rates increase that the state have pushed to the districts to help fund the underfunded retirement programs. And so that 6 million, part of that is this year's projection of 4.8 increase next year. Books and supplies, we budgeted some carryover in materials, and in services, we actually budgeted deferred maintenance carryover. The transfers went down to 0 because we will not be doing the transfers of certificate of participation, and we will not be doing the transfers for the cafeteria and cafe to the child nutrition fund. This slide is to bring to your attention the programs that general fund contributes to. So there are underfunded programs or a required program that the general fund has to contribute to, and that's special education, routine restricted maintenance. In order for us to participate in the state matching funds at the state level, we have to keep routine restricted maintenance at 3% reserve. So it's just a formula calculation. And Head Start because of the federal cuts. And so this next few slides, we're going to be talking about the fund balance. And this year that we are finishing, we started with 116 million. We're projecting to end with 96 million. And that number back when I presented this budget last at second interim, it was 80 million. And so in the handout, it gives you the breakdown of all of the projected carryovers that we will have in each one of the funds that adds to the 16 million difference. An example of that, deferred maintenance, we're not able to do all the projects during the year, and so they've postponed most of them to the summer. And so that dollar amount dropped and increased the fund balance, or projected to increase the fund balance. Is there any questions up to this point, just so, okay,
Ms. Alvey has a question.
sure.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the increased carryover in the fund balance, and I do see, and I had that question I mentioned before, but I'll bring it up publicly. The 1.1 million over for mental health, which then I wondered, what are we going to do with that carryover? And do we have a plan for it? Does it go to SAP counselors, or what kind of plan do we have for how to use this mental health dollars? And so that's what I'm asking.
That's a good question. So that 1.1 million will increase the balance in that fund to 11.1 million, because there's approximately 10 million already. And we have worked with the Division of SELPA and People Services to identify a plan. They started working on that, and part of the challenge was the facilities. So we actually engaged in a contract to lease the facilities on Arlington that we brought up in this meeting before. And Assistant Superintendent Tim Walker can speak on the rest of the plan.
The dollars that are being talked about at the moment are provided to the district for specifically for educationally related mental health services for students with IEPs. So the SAP counselors would not be involved in the implementation of the mental health. This is for students with mental health identified in their IEP as part of their special education program. The amount that we have was being built up over the course of time, because at the initiation of the dollars going away from the Department of Mental Health and to school districts, we were trying to build a property, and then the rules changed where they no longer allowed you to use it on facilities. So the plan is being created. We're going to be housing our whole mental health division under the leadership of Dr. Charity Plaxton-Hennings on 5350 Arlington, just finishing up the lease that Mrs. Mays was talking about. And the plan is being created between Dr. Hennings as well as Robert Diaz and members of the team in regard to the implementation for the utilization of those dollars to bring it down over time and increase the number of students who require those services in their IEPs. Some of our students in non-public schools are getting the services, but they're not identified in the IEP because it's part of the program where they are. So we want to make sure that we provide those in a manner whereby our people can provide those services through the dollars that we have available.
So just let me clarify really quickly. So the services should have been spent this last year, but weren't?
No.
No.
No, there are two pots of money for education-related mental health services. One that's used on a yearly basis and one that's given to the district based on a count of students who were in the system at a point in time when they changed the system from the Department of Mental Health to the school district. Our school district came out to the positive. So we got quite a lot of dollars based on the number of students we had in residential treatment centers outside of the district and outside of California. And then over time, those students no longer required those services, but we continue to get funded at that level. So our pot of money that rolls over every year continued to grow. Again, we were hoping to be able to utilize that to build our own facility to provide mental health services to our students and potentially to our community, which some districts were able to do early on, but we didn't have the funds at that point. Then they changed how things were being done. So we are using close to $1 million a year or more on current students, and we will continue to provide those services at a higher rate as more students who are receiving the services, but it's not specifically identified under the code that the state requires to be able to use the dollars, change over time.
And so in a year from now, when we get to this same stage next year, will that money be used up?
No.
Not all of
It will
it,
take a period of time in order to bring that down to where we're using it on a yearly basis for the amount that we're being funded.
But we will be bringing you a plan for it by earlier than next year.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject, Mrs. Alvey, that's a very good question. because over the years that mental health dollars have built up to almost $11 million. And so we as staff will put together a plan and come back in the very near future to share with the entire board how we're going to spend that money the way it's supposed to be spent. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. So staying on that slide, I just want to mention to you that the increase by $16 million, because it's majority of project that still needs to happen, we actually rebudget it back into the budget, and therefore that fund balance stayed around the same fund balance of 57 that we actually shared with you at second interim. And so I just want to go very quickly over the categories of the fund balance. As you know, we are still committing to continue to be prepared for reserve requirements. So we do categorize our fund balance components in the same manner. Non-spendable is revolving cash and stores. Restricted is the balances that really have to be spent on specific purpose, and that's where, like you see, the mental health is the second item. Redevelopment has to be spent only on facilities. And I want to just stop here for a second and just mention to the board that the operation committee discussed and gave direction to move to study a project at Grant and try to have, I don't think it's a temporary replacement, but it's a short-term replacement of space until we make a decision and execute a decision regarding a district office. And so we have budgeted in that area approximately $2.6 to $3 million to accomplish that. And we will be bringing you back a plan to how that would work. And that's probably the study session that Mr. Hunt was mentioning. I think that would be a good study session over there to bring the plan to the board. And then the other categories, and stop me if you have any questions about any of the other items. And then the committed items, the comparability study for the second 2 years of the what was already implemented. STIRS and PERS increases, the 18 million I mentioned, which would go down to 14 million next year, and Galaxy in attendance. Reserve for deficit spending, we are down to now 100,000 to help us with deficit spending. So this is where we are looking at multi-year projections to start planning to how we will address that. In the assigned area, we have Medi-Cal, and it's called MA, everybody knows it as MA, and I just want you to know that Mr. Walker, myself, and Sandy will work together on bringing to Cabinet a recommendation to how we can spend those dollars too. And the reserve for economic uncertainties is scheduled to be just shy from $10 million. It's supposed to be. There is nothing that is in requirement right now, but it would be a good practice. Ours, the 57 million, has the 10 million unrestricted, but I'm going to share with you the multi-year projection where we go down to the third year, and the third year doesn't have the 10 million unrestricted. It has 30 million in the third year, but only 300,000 is unrestricted. So we know there'll be between now and then carryover, and some of that carryover could be unrestricted, and it would still meet the requirement every year. It's just that we want to have a plan where we have a solid 10 million always in the fund balance. And so we'll be working on some solution to how we can get that done. These are the other funds. And one area I just want to bring to your attention is in the cafeteria fund. The reserve requirements is about 5.5 million. And the reason being is it has to be 3 months of operational cost. And they have not been able to meet that for the budget year, and mainly due to the project that went over projected on both sides, the general side of paying for the central kitchen and their side. So we were able to give them a loan that there's a repayment plan for, and they are working on bringing the fund balance back to, so it's still positive, it's not in the negative, but we want it to be at the 3-month operational cost. And this is the only new fund that I just want to bring to your attention is Retiree Benefit Fund. And it used to be lumped with the self-insurance right above it. And now it's separated because it's in the trust. This slide, just to give you, we've been sharing it with you every budget report because we want to make sure that the board is aware of what we have received under the LCFF from a total of what have we received from a base grant, supplemental grant, concentration grant. So 88 million has been received in the base grant and about 55 million in supplemental and concentration. And from the current year to the budget year, we've only received 1.3 of supplemental and concentration grants. And that's because we got the biggest chunk of it in the beginning and we've spent it on services, but we continue to spend those on additional services, hence the LCAP report. But the other point that I want to make from this presentation, that average statewide, we are at 97% implemented from LCFF funding. Riverside Unified is at 92.2. We were one of the winners under that formula, so there's more money for us than other districts, so we haven't received all of ours, but some districts on average have been at 97% funding. This is assumptions that I would like to share with you. How did we prepare? The next few slides are multi-year projections, but it's based on these assumptions, and your multi-year projections is as good as your assumptions. Our assumptions are based, the first two rows, based on School Services of California, and that is the cost of living adjustment and the LCFF gap funding. The enrollment is a report that we do based on a cohort process, and it really includes a roll-up of the classes and then looking at the community and development in town. And ADA is at 95.5%. And we do funded ADA because we are projecting decline for the next 2 years, so we usually get funded on the year before. Unduplicated is about the same level, goes from 64.9 to 60.46, which is a little dip, and it's due to the free and reduce. And then it goes back up again because we're projecting to increase it again. The one item I want to remind the board of that we have implemented just this year through the Finance Committee also support is that in any budget of $500,000 that has 82% of it in staffing, we cannot commit the whole 82% and think that we're going to spend it all because of attrition. And when we actually have a vacancy, until we fill that vacancy, almost at all levels, it takes at least a couple of months. In some cases, it takes 2 rounds to find the right person. And so we had looked at trends, and we projected about 4 million savings every year. It's one-time savings in that year, but we project it for every year because it's a trend that we have looked at in the past, and it supports it. This is a very conservative figure. We actually leave on the table a lot more than that due to that process, but we'll keep monitoring that, adjusting it through the year, and giving you an update on it every time we do an interim and a second interim report. If we don't do that, I just want to mention, if we don't do that, in 3 years, we're taking away from your planning about $12 million at the minimum from having to spend any other services. And so Ron Bennett, if you remember, when he did the first presentation to the board, had recommended that we look at that trend and implement a savings because it's only fair. The multi-year projections. Now here, I only want to bring to your attention the last 2 rows, the beginning balance, the ending balance, and how they move down the line over the next 3 years. And that's the 30 million at that bottom right corner is what we were talking about, fund balance. So it looks positive. And it's an exception to most of California districts. But at the same time, when you move into the unrestricted side of the multi-year projections, we're spending that down to 300,000. And in the restricted side, we are at 30 million. So that tells you that as we move forward, I'm going to just go back real quickly to the combined one, that total column, row, I keep messing up on the column and row. If you look at the deficit spending, this year we're projecting to finish with 20 million deficit spending, and it's a lot of one-time money. In the budget year, we're projecting to spend 38.7 million over what we receive. So I have a slide that tells you a little bit about how much of one-time money is in that. As we go to 18, 19, and 19, 20, We really don't have that much of one-time things that are budgeted in there. There's a lot of ongoing things. And at that point, we need to address that deficit, and we can address it by increasing revenue through free and reduce, through our unduplicated count, and through our attendance of students. And we can also reallocate expenditures as we add expenditures, reallocate the funds for expenditures. So these are in the budget year. This is what we have. I mean, that's the major ones. There's a few little items that are here and there that are not as material, but we listed to you the material items that are one time in the budget. So the 38 is not really the deficit spending because we're spending down some of the fund balance and some of the carryover, and that's $21.5 million of that. And we are at the end, except for the cash flow. I'd like to invite Ms. Meekin, but I would like to address any questions before we go to that section.
No questions at this time, Ms. Kakish.
Thank you, Mace. You have a handout for cash flow. It should be 4 pieces of paper. The first 2 you need glasses for. If you don't have them, you can borrow mine. Or Sergio's. Did you find it? Okay.
But I have mine.
There should be a graph, yes. Yeah, okay. So the graph shows that we're starting our budget year at $110 million.
Of cash.
Of cash. So, and at the end of the budget year, we will land up with $66.5 million. So there's a second graph that shows this one. The blue line are the revenues, and this is by month. So you can see our revenues jump up and down. Like in December, we receive property taxes, which increases our revenue. I separated the salaries and benefits because they are 81% of our costs, and those are the red lines. So you'll see July and August are lower. The red bars are lower than the rest of the months. That's because in July, we have summer school. August, we barely get into school. So our first major full month salary with everybody here would be in September, and it pretty well stays even across the rest of the time frame. It has a little bit of a tweak in January and one in June because we pay stipends semi-annually to some of our staff. And then the supplies is a much lower number. It's kind of hard to project when we're going to finally do that textbook adoption. So we just do our best effort on it, and we update this monthly so it becomes more real as we go through the year. You have 2 cannot read projected cash flows, little tiny ones. Okay, the first one
Those are what makes the graphs, by the way.
Yes.
Just the data behind.
The first one, which is projected June 2017-18, is the column I want you to look at, which is the next to the last column. The bottom line says ending cash, $41.9 million. That is the ending cash that we would have had at May revise. Remember, the governor was going to defer our final payment into July, and that was $22 million to us. So that was the 41.9. The next slide shows you without the deferral of $66.5 million ending balance. June ending cash. And the 66 is what we projected on our cash flows. So it makes a big difference when they decide to, with and without the deferrals, right? So we're glad we're not doing the deferrals again.
And the reason why we kept it in the budget that way, and we're ready to change it for the 66 million, it's because this might be the year that the governor might do something different for the adoption. So we want to be ready for a deferral because everybody's pushing for getting the one-time funding now. And there's a chance if they are successful doing that, that he puts the deferral back. So we want to be ready for both cash flows, and I just want you to be aware of the difference between the two.
Mrs. Alvey?
So thank you. Thanks for providing the cash flow. And I'm familiar with our ups and downs over the months, but I want to know if we are in a comfortable position cash-wise, and we are also roughly the same as other districts in
We are,
term,
we
okay.
are in a comfortable position case-wise. We are doing well with our cash. And out of this, already, we have the loan to the nutrition service account of over $2 million. So that's not included in this cash flow. So we are comfortable, and we also have other funds that if we do need a temporary loan, we can borrow from them.
Okay, and I'm sure there are guidelines to our cash situation, so I just want to know, how are we doing in terms of other districts?
Just because there's a direct correlation between a fund balance and a cash balance, the higher fund balance you have, the higher cash balance most likely. We are doing probably as an exception because not many districts have a high fund balance to rely on. And so we keep part of that fund balance as cash. And so to guess, we would be better than a lot of districts in California because a lot of districts in California are actually depleting their funds and therefore depleting their cash for the most part.
Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Ms. Meekins, salaries and benefits are 81%.
Yes.
I thought that number, it just seems to me in past has been a higher number than
It
that.
was.
I remember coming out of the crash, Mrs. Alley, you may remember, it was like 89. They said we're going to get back up to 92. So explain to me how we're at 81. And then secondly, how does that compare to the average similar sized district?
You go ahead. It has to do with the one-time money
Oh.
that we spent.
So every time we book a lot of one-time money, for example, the $21 million, that's actually reducing our percentage because the bigger balance that we have as a total expenditure, when you divide the total salaries and benefits by that, it goes lower every time that number is higher. And every time we have one-time money, every time we have one-time expenditures that we budget there, it goes lower. So artificially, really, it's higher than 81. But we have to report 81 because that's the base of 459. And I don't want to drag this meeting, but one other thing that's making this a smaller number is that the state is requiring us to book an artificial entry for STRS on behalf, they call it, which is the underfunded liability at the state level. They want us to book our share. It's not affecting our fund balance. We're booking revenue and expenditures, but take 21 million plus 17 million for STRS and PERS, and you're at 38 million extra at the bottom. When you divide the same salaries and benefit by it, it goes down. So we would be more towards the 85%, working on it to get to the 90% at one point. We are in the people business. We should have that, but we are not there because of these factors.
Thank you, Ms. Kish. Any further questions from the board? Anything else, Mrs. Kish? Anything else? All right.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, I believe I can close the public hearing. All right, I will close the public hearing. Item 3, it is recommended that the Board of Education conduct a public hearing to establish Community Facilities District Number 33, Citrus Heights Number 2. I believe Mr. San Martin will report out on this. Prior to him doing so, I will open the public hearing for this item.
President Lee, this item is a follow-up from the April 10th, 2017 board meeting. At that time, the board approved resolutions of intention to form CFD, or Community Facilities District 33. At that time, the board also announced that we will be holding a public hearing tonight, June 5th, 2017. We're asking the board to open up a public hearing and then to continue the public hearing for the next board meeting, which is scheduled for July 17, 2017.
All right, thank you, Mr. San Martin. So we did open the public hearing as it is our intention to establish Community Facilities District Number 33, Citrus Heights, which is over there off McAllister, right? On La Sierra area. And the resolution declaring necessity for Community Facilities District Number 33 to incur bonded indebtedness, which will be continued to July 17th, 2017. So this public hearing will be open until that time, at which we'll see if there's any more comments, correct, and then we can report out and close. All right, so that was quick. Item number 4, it is recommended that the Board of Education conduct a public hearing to consider and respond to all comments received by the Riverside Unified School District related to the annual SELPA budget and service plan thereto. Mr. Walker.
Mr. Lee, Dr. Hanson, members of the board, this is a yearly process that we must undergo for the California Department of Education Special Education Division. I ask that you open the public hearing, hear from any comments from the public, and then close the meeting. It has been duly posted 15 days prior to this meeting in both English and Spanish at all sites, as well as the district office and the COC.
And no comments, you said? No comments related to?
I'm sorry?
There was no comments related to the public hearing?
You can ask the public if they'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you. Anybody from the board? All right, so seeing none, we can close the public hearing.
If it be the pleasure of the board, you can also take action by changing the order of the agenda. I have action item number 6 and 7, which is actually the SELPA budget plan and the SELPA service plan, or you can wait until they come up and take action at that time.
Dr. Farouk?
Motion to approve.
You need a motion and a second.
Item number 6 and 7?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve items number 6 and 7 from the action agenda. We'll open up the vote. I never cleared the last one. Did I? One of these days I'll figure this out. Oh, shoot. One more time, guys. I'm sorry. Took some time off, Justin. I'm sorry. Does everybody push a little positive or negative? I don't know what's going on with this thing. All in favor? Aye. All right. Good
Thank you very
old-fashioned
much.
way. Thank you. Approve it. Items number 6 and 7. All right, let's go back here. All right, item number 5. It is recommended the Board of Education hold a public hearing regarding initial proposals for negotiations mutually submitted by the RUSD Board of Education and the Riverside City Teachers Association for the 2017-18 school year. Ms. Kylie Ibarra, there you are.
Yes. Good evening, President Lee, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. This is a routine action. What we need is to let you know that the Riverside Unified School District Board of Education and the Riverside Teachers Association has mutually submitted an initial proposal for the collective bargaining agreement between the Board of Education, Riverside Unified, and the Riverside City Teachers. That is that we will be opening and discussing Articles 22 class size and Article 10 hours of employment for next year.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Ibarra. I should probably open the public hearing, right? So I'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the board? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay. I also have items 6 and 7.
All right, go ahead with number 6.
Okay. Another public hearing, this is for CSEA. This is what they have sunshine. So CSEA, California School Employees Association, Chapter 506, is proposing to negotiate the following sections of the collective bargaining agreement. Article 7, pay and allowances. Article 9, health and welfare benefits, which are annual openers. And then they have also submitted vacation and leaves, Article 12 and Article 13.
Thank you, Mrs. Ibarra. I'll open the public hearing for the initial proposal for negotiations submitted by CSEA Chapter 506 for the 2017-18 school year. Is there anything from the board? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Okay, the last public hearing we have is also for the California schools. It's for CSEA. This is what the district will be submitting. So Riverside Unified School District Board of Education is proposing to negotiate the following sections for the collective bargaining unit agreement. We have transfers and salary classifications.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ibarra. I'll open the public hearing for the initial proposal for negotiation submitted by the Riverside Unified School District Board of Education with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 506 for the following school year, 2017-18. Any comments from the board? All right, we'll close the public hearing. And that's it. All right, so next on the agenda is our action items. Item number 1, it is recommended the Board of Education adopt a resolution, number 2016-17-88, authorizing current and future cabinet members, certificated classified managers, supervisory employees, confidential employees, and Board of Education employees who retire into the state teacher retirement system STIRS or the public employee retirement system PERS to receive up to 10 years of one-party medical coverage.
Yes, thank you. I am back. So this is the same action item that you have seen has come before you with regards to RCTA and CSEA. This was now resolution will cover all of our cabinet members, certificated and classified managers, supervisory employees, confidential, and the Board of Education. This is to actually allow for the 8 to 10 years with regards to the retirement benefits.
All right, do we have any questions or, Kylie, you want to make a motion?
Motion to approve, yeah.
You made a motion, sir? Is that, sorry, do you have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open up the voting. Three. All right. Just, we're going to have to figure out a way to see who's voted and who's not, so we can try to figure this out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Cool. All right. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I believe, Kylie, you're up for number 2 as well.
I am. I'm up for the next one. This is an action item that we need, and it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators. This is also a routine item. This summarizes to cover your special education and your CLAD teachers. It is a guesstimation of those teachers that we will need to be able to have limited assignment teaching permits for the upcoming school year.
I'll move.
Move for approval from Mrs. Lockdawson. Do we have a second? Second. Mrs. Alvey seconds. I'll open up the vote. Make sure you push a little person. There we go. That passes as well. 5-0. Number 3.
Number 3, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the variable term waiver request. This is a certificate of completion for staff development. This is actually for our 2 CTE teachers to be able to allow for them to continue under their designated subjects assignment where they're teaching in the CTE for their CLAD coverage.
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Please vote.
And action item number 4 is also for us, and this is, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the variable term waiver, and this is the request for the CBES. This is a new legislation that has come forward, and basically what this is this defines for us that all of our teacher who's hired and issued a preliminary California teaching credential based on out-of-state teacher program and bachelor's degree must work towards passing the CBEST exam.
Okay, this is number 4 on the action items, right? Do we have a motion? Second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Thank you, Ms. Lockdawson. Please vote. One more. I think there's one more person has to vote. Everybody look at your screen there in that bottom left corner.
I just showed you. I did. Hit your little blue.
We all did?
Hit your blue
All right.
And now hit the green.
There we go. There we go. 5-0. Thank you.
All right, 5. This is also an action item. It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt the revised Riverside Unified School District 2017-2018 school calendar. This revision is to basically allow for it to be public for the PD, Professional Development Day, added to our calendar in August.
Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Do we have a second? All right, I'm going to open up the voting. Please vote. All right, that was the fastest. Yeah, we're getting better at this.
I also have number 8 if you'd like me to.
All right, yeah, 6 and 7 we already voted on. Number 8, very popular this evening.
It's that time of year.
All right, go ahead.
This is actually an action item that we're bringing forward based on a recommendation that you had asked, and it is recommended that the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2016-17-62 to hire retired administrators to serve in the capacity of substitute assistant principals. We do need action on this because it is changing a pay, as you saw in your packet. It changes the ability for us to fly these positions and have set pay for them based on days for the STRs.
All righty, Mrs. Lochtowson?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lochtowson. Mrs. Alvey? Mr. Hunt, did you have something?
Yes, Dr. Hanson, what will be your action to report back on this? What is your plans to report back on the efficiency and efficacy of this? I'm all for approving it, but I want to see if next year I'd like to have you report on it.
As mentioned, Mr. Hunt, we talked about this at Central Middle School. We set aside $150,000 to hire an assistant. And so under the direction of Mrs. Carmen Day, we know that this can now allow us to have 3 folks instead of 1. And so we'll report back to the board as to where what schools we can get that extra assistant principal.
And you report on it next year.
Yeah, we'll report on it before the school year starts to the school board this summer as to where those assistant principals and retired administrators are going to be too.
Yes. This will
Did
allow
I answer
for
your
us to.
question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. The vote is open, so board, please vote. All right, that passes. Thank you, board. All righty. We are item number 9, which is the last item of the action. Dr. McGuire is bringing forth a new board policy, number 3515, campus district facility security, which is being presented for a first reading.
So we're presenting to you tonight a new board policy, which was now of a review after the San Bernardino shooting, looking at our campus security policies. This is coming forward to you. I'm available for any questions. It's for first reading, but it's your pleasure. We can go for.
Thank you, Dr. McGuire. Ms. Lochtowson? Sorry. Mrs. Alvey?
Oh, I just was going to ask you, referencing the comments that were in the room earlier, whether you felt that in any way this impedes people from volunteering.
No, I do not. I believe it adds that extra level of security we need, not only during the day, because people do wander on campus, and we need a way to see them, but after hours, for instance, the school referenced this afternoon or this evening, vandalism and graffiti has become non-existent since the cameras became active. On top of that, even though they are not actively monitored, we just review them. They are erased every 30 days, and you only access when you need it based on law enforcement or discipline needs or vandalism. The other thing, they can be actively monitored in the event of an active shooter. We can monitor that remotely and see the progress of a shooter on campus and guide the police there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McGuire. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you. Dr. McGuire, somewhat to Mrs. Alavi's questions, does the gentleman tonight, the father, said that I wasn't aware of this, that we have a policy before cameras that we have to notify the public. Is that your understanding, and/or does yours include this?
Prior to this one coming forward, we had some rules and regulations which conformed to education code and state code that says that you need to alert people that cameras are present on district property.
Right.
And we do that at the beginning of the year in the parent handbook. Everybody signed for it at the beginning of the year because they did that. And it also references the fact that signs are present, that surveillance cameras may be present on your school campus or district property. There's one on this property and every property in the district. So we complied with the rules and regulations and state mandates regarding that notification. The gentleman this evening was referencing whether or not we should be notifying parents before things become active on their campuses. So minimally, we followed our procedures and we followed state law.
Well, yes, sir. So are you familiar with that, what he was referencing, that he's saying we need to contact the parents, that cameras are going to be, reach out to parents prior to putting cameras. I read your report about the signs and all, that's great. I'm all for the cameras. But are you familiar with that? And or does your policy include that provision?
The policy does not include reaching out each time that this happens. It still includes what's required under the law, which is that annual notification, which takes place at the beginning of the year, and the posting of the signs.
So I'll trust that Dr. Hanson will direct you to look into that gentleman's allegation that such policy does exist, because if it does, we probably need to take it off, because it isn't cohesive to what you're proposing tonight.
I'm sorry, can you
Well,
rephrase that for me?
He's claiming, the gentleman's claiming we have a policy that says we have to notify the parents before we put cameras.
Correct. The
And
rules and regulations say that.
Pardon me?
The rules and regulations say that we just have to notify that there are cameras present.
So there isn't a regulation that says we have to send a letter out to the parents.
No, there is not.
Okay.
That's taken care of with the parent handbook.
Is it? Okay, thank you
Yes.
very much. And you based some of this on the California School Board Association's
Yes, sir.
suggestions and plans? All
Yes.
right, thank you.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
So I'm still a little bit confused. So the parent handbook says that you notify folks that there are cameras on campus. But does it specifically say that filming will occur? Or does it just say that the cameras are on campus and?
It says the cameras are on campus and the videos may be used in discipline and legal proceedings, is basically what it says at this point.
So the gentleman was incorrect then. We are in compliance?
Yes,
Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, just a simple matter. I did want to just kind of urge the board tonight. I'm a little bit uncomfortable having this approved tonight on a first reading just because of what we heard. And I would like perhaps to give it a little bit more thought and maybe have a little bit more discussion about it and review, because I'm still a little bit hazy on the signage thing. And some things came to fore tonight that I wasn't aware of. So I would ask the board.
I concur.
Okay.
Is that a motion to do?
Yes, it is a motion to.
I still wanted to have additional.
Sure,
comment.
go ahead.
All right, well, the motion is in after you.
We have a motion. Go ahead, Dr. Farouk.
So irrespective of whether we complied or not, I just think, just as a common courtesy, if we're going to be taking an action from between when people signed that parent handbook and then the cameras are installed after that, that as a courtesy, we should notify the parents. And I would like to propose that we put that in there. And also, primarily just for the sake of having an educational opportunity to share the parents the scope of what it really is, so that they don't have misconceptions about what its intended purposes are. Any opportunity we can to inform, and so that we avoid misperceptions and inaccuracies, I think will only serve our district well.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk, did you have something else, Ms. Lock-Dawson, or you just have everything
That
else?
was my motion, just to
Okay.
table to a
Yeah,
second.
and before we vote, I just want to comment too, and I don't doubt that we're in compliance, and I think we do a good job in trying to follow our policies. But I think any time that we can better bridge that gap between parents and district policies, we should. And clearly there was some kind of a breakdown in communications with our parents, at least at this one site. And I'm sure there's others. And I think it would just be good practice if a principal is going to make a change involving security or cameras or closed campus or however they choose to run their school, that they have a conversation with parents and make sure that parents are properly notified and they have an opportunity to participate in the conversation so that they can understand, just like we all understand, some of the reasons why we do the things that we do. Otherwise, they're just going to jump to their own conclusions about what they think we do or don't do. So we do have a motion to bring this back for a second. Do we not need a motion?
You don't need a motion or an action in this.
Yeah,
It's
we
a
can just
first
not-
read, it'll
okay.
just come back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
President Lee, is there a consensus that this is something we formally want to have incorporated in the second reading?
What are you?
The notification and explanation?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it come back with that.
I just think it should be a practice no matter what policy we're doing, whether it's
No,
this or
I
not. I
agree.
mean,
But, yeah. But I just mean
Right,
that maybe
but yes, I
for
do.
future boards.
in specific to this
you
item,
know, what's
yes.
in the policy.
All right, so that concludes the action portion of the agenda. We do have 2 additional items for report and discussion that we heard from Dr. Hansen earlier. We can bring back for a future meeting in the near future, I assure you, since I'll be helping build the agenda. If that's the pleasure of the board, it is 9:52 p.m.
I move that the items under M 1 and 2 be moved to a future agenda to be determined by the president and Dr. Hansen.
Mr. Hunt has made a motion to table these 2 items. Do you have a second? Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Please vote to table these 2 items. I don't know if we have to vote, but we'll do it anyways. All right, thank you, everybody. And you're welcome, staff. Meeting conclusion. All right. Board member comments. We'll start with Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. President.
I like the promotion.
Pardon? So, as I said to someone backstage, I think the theme for tonight is optics. That just we were talking about, Dr. Freak was talking about. We serve the public. Dr. Hansen doesn't, so we have to make sure that that the public is being informed and served. And I don't quite understand or agree with the gentleman, and I talked to he and his wife outside, that these children are going to somehow being abused or their rights are being subjugated by filming. I think it's important that we do this, some of the things we hear in student discipline, but it is so important for us to communicate, continually communicate. Justin's job to communicate, Dr. Hansen's responsibility to communicate to the people we serve, and beyond that, the community we serve. Last week, I had an opportunity, along with President Lee, to go over to Washington Elementary, where we had the pleasure of watching among the kindergartners and the 3rd graders getting their medals of proficiency, I think it is, in dual immersion. The 6th graders, the class that started it all and are now graduating to the 7th grade dual language immersion at Gage. And it was just a very good moment. And I know I'm joined by Mrs. Lockdoss and Mrs. Alavi, that still that motion we made to approve dual immersion in our district is one of the proudest that I recall. And I think it reminds us the linkage it has to other motions or other actions taken by this board over the many decades that support diversity and should be one of our leading banners. When you think about the establishment of AVID, I think it was in the 80s, was it? And then, of course, the 1965 determination by this board in this district that at the time to desegregate our schools voluntarily. Speaking of 1965, I had the distinct pleasure last week to join Dr. Hansen and Dr. Johnny Thomas, the Dean of the Business School at La Sierra University, along with La Sierra University President Randall Wisby, to meet over at the house of former board member and community giant Art Littleworth, where he was joined by his wife Peggy, to witness President Wisby inform Art and ask him to accept that they are going to give him an honorary doctorate in laws for his work on this board and the 1965 decision. Our friend Andrew Walker, I gave him the book, and he read it, passed it on to Dr. Thomas, who went to Dr. Wisby, and was very moved by it. In fact, not only will Art receive on June 18th, which is Father's Day morning, and you're all invited and encouraged, this honorary doctorate, but he will also be included on a walk of heroes, so to speak, that they have at La Sierra University's campus. Includes people like Martin Luther King and Mother Teresa, people that have advanced the human cause and the heightened human dignity. And so Art's being included on that, and it's a great day for us. Just as one quick note, Art Littleworth, who graduated from Yale and then later Yale Law School, because of his service to our country in the World War II, never got to go through graduation. So this will be his first graduation ceremony that he's ever got to, at age 94, participate in. I know Dr. Hansen agrees. He was extremely moved. almost giddy, and for a 94-year-old. And it was a wonderful experience. Thank you, Dr. Hansen, for including me on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Mrs. Allaby.
Thank you. That's really a neat thing to look forward to for Art Littleworth. He certainly deserves it. I just wanted to just briefly tell you that sometimes we've talked about the STEM school and we've suggested that maybe they aren't doing things as uniquely as they need to do, but I heard of something that I thought you would like to hear, and that is the development of a 2-year junior and senior social studies, English language, and engineering course. They're getting together and putting those 3 things together, and they're calling it Think Tank. And it includes these things: a project, a multidisciplinary project that the kids have to work on that has suggestions like empathy, nature, culture, history, understanding homelessness. I mean, things that you wouldn't necessarily think of in terms of a STEM study. So then a capstone project, an advisory period where each of the kids within the think tank will have one teacher mentoring them all year. And then this is what the part that I thought was so unique, a community service part where they're going to actually devise science lessons that they're going to take to 3rd graders. So I thought to myself, that sounds unique. Sounds like something we haven't tried before. So I just wanted to let you know that they are working on these kinds of unique pieces, and they will be developing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Lee. I would just like to request, we as a board had to put some scope on for the neighborhood schools about hiring a consultant. My understanding is that we have hired the consultant. I think it would be very prudent for us to get an update on the process and what is the scope of the contract and what the things that they're going to be looking at. So just as a future board meeting to have that. I also want the board to be aware that I've been in touch with the ACLU on putting more specific policy behind the safe zone resolution. And Mr. Tim Walker has been highly engaged and responsive on this matter, hoping that we can soon have some language formally for the board to consider on a future board item as well. And then lastly, on creating more awareness about the value of plant-based nutrition. The Humane Society is coordinating with Gavin and the nutritional team on how they can potentially roll out this kind of awareness and approach, which I thought Ms. Lockdawson would appreciate also, for adoption of this upcoming school year, and they plan to give us an update by the end of the summer. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. You're up, Ms. Lockdawson.
Oh, thank you. I don't think my mic's on. Can I put my mic on?
Can you push the...
Here. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Just really quickly, I want to mention a experience Dr. Hansen and I had. We were asked to participate in a documentary follow-up to the Putnam book experience that Ron Leverage brought to us last year, and essentially it's a documentary I believe is going to air on PBS regarding actions. They're focusing on 4 cities, and Riverside has been selected as one of them, and the actions that the cities are taking to overcome the inequities in groups. And anyway, we were discussing it, but one of the things that was very interesting was we were talking about the achievement gap and how that's just omnipresent. It's everywhere. Everybody has a problem with it. And Dr. Isak made a really interesting, Dr. Isak from RCC made a very interesting comment that they inadvertently stumbled on a study, and it was by accident when they were looking at their data on athletes. And when they looked at athletes, I think it was, so there was no difference. There was no difference between, so I think it was the African-American athletes had the same scores as the white and Asian athletes, but if you looked at the African-American non-athletes, they were below, the gap existed. And he postulates that it's just the involvement of somebody, which is what I think the Putnam book really focused on, was having an active mentor, somebody interested in your life, pushing you, being interested in you. So I thought, wow, that's kind of an easy fix. So whether it's sports or otherwise, I do think it's something we can consider as a district. Even getting more of our big brothers, big sisters, I think is a good start. But there are data right here locally that show us that we can overcome that gap. So anyway, all right, everybody, busy week ahead. Thanks, staff, for everything, organizing graduations. And I myself have a graduate this year, so yeah. Oh, dear God, let me get through the next week. Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Lock-Dawson. A few things. Mr. Hunt mentioned the recognition event at Washington Elementary School where they recognized the first promoting class from DLI. And Mr. Hunt was there, and Ms. Carmen Day was there, and Kirsten was there, and Mr. Reller was there. So it was a really good group of people to show these students that the district is really getting behind DLI and long-term commitment. In particular, I wanted to mention there was 3 teachers, Ms. Romero, Ms. Campazano, and Ms. Thetford, who had started the program. Did I get those right, Kirsten? Okay. And they shared, in Spanish, of course, their experience in building this program and how proud they were of the work that they did and the work that they are seeing in their students. So I thought it would be nice, maybe in the fall when they get back, if we can recognize those teachers for putting that extra commitment to the district, to making sure that the initiative that this board's put onto them and making it, a success from the start. So I think that would be a nice recognition for them. And at the same time, not to leave anybody out, I think maybe some of the pioneers from STEM, Kathy, you can recommend, since that first class of STEM graduates are happening this year. So I think it would be nice to recognize some of those pioneer teachers as well in the fall. Because again, it was something that they took additional duties that they took on. I think they deserve to be recognized for their success. We heard one parent talk about closed campuses at her school, and I know I've talked with the principal at Washington about potentially closing Washington next year to parents. And I think, again, it's for very valid reasons that we may not share with parents. So that's a little bit of a concern of mine, that we wait too long and then we send a letter without any explanation. So we're coming up on the end of the year. I don't think anything, and I'm not picking on Washington because I think she's doing the right thing there. But how do we inform parents about why we're doing what it is that we're doing? And if we're doing it at Washington because it's the best practice to keep kids and teachers and staff safe, then why aren't we doing it at every school? So I think that we need to think about these things as a district so we can help support our principals. So then our principals isn't the bad guy or bad gal with the target on their back. And that we work with our communications team to help inform parents why this is best for students in light of the world that we live in today. So I think we need to look into that as a policy. If staff suggests this is what's best for our schools. And then last but not least, I see Daryl Hansen in the back, and I think this is your last board meeting? Okay, study session? Okay, well, I did want to give you a shout out because we're excited for you and your new opportunity. We're going to miss you and the effect that you've had on this district in every role that you've served. You've definitely made an impact. I think about that coaching seminar that you produce every year. We're going to need someone to fill those shoes in addition to all the other great things. So we wish you a lot of luck. And I guess we can say that again next time we see you at the board meeting. But thank you for your commitment to RUSD, and we wish you a lot of luck in your next endeavor. All right, so that brings us to a close. We do want to close this meeting kind of a sad note, actually a very sad note. We want to close in honor and memory of Mr. Hal Byers, who was the husband of Lori Byers, who we've all seen at these meetings for the last several years. She's a dedicated volunteer, and I think her kids were RUSD kids. So, and she was a very active and dedicated volunteer. And so our thoughts are with her and her kids as they lost a husband and a dad. So I will end this meeting in his memory for Mr. Hal Byers.